Are we live, Joel?
Is this good now?
We are live, yeah.
Very good. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, to students, to teachers, to staff, to WA members, but hello to you all, also parents and alumni and prospective students and architects and friends who are watching us for the first time live from all over the world. We are here today in the AA lecture hall to celebrate, to honor the work that our diploma students have done over the last year and to share as a community an experience that brings us all together intellectually, but also emotionally. To honor in ancient Greek means to hold public office and the esteem that one gets from holding that public post. Many of you do know who I am, but for the ones that do not, I'm Eva Frank, and it is my honor to serve as the director of the Architectural Association, an institution that throughout its history has defined what architecture is and what architecture can contribute to the world. What should we honor today when the world is suffering, screaming, demanding for systemic change, for equality, for real equality, for fairness, for care beyond that what we actually can imagine? I want us to think and reflect on that. We need to listen carefully to the voices within the school, but also to the voices outside. And there is a major cultural revolt out there. The foundations of our institutions are tumbling down. And just like the sculptures of our imperial heritage and slave trade, in fact. But support is not as easy as signing petitions and going to demonstrations. We need to support the future in ways that we still need to actually act on. In this moment, we need to reflect upon our complicity and privileges. Architecture might offer a good dose of liberal intentions here and there, but architecture is also one of the most regressive of disciplines in terms of equality based on gender, race, and class. We can do architecture and we can't fulfill our mission as an institution if we do not transform ourselves as a school and as a society. And we need to do this individually, but also collectively. We need to take that responsibility. This year we have 43 commendations, of which 21 have been put forward, one per unit to achieve the highest honor at the Architectural Association. At the end of today, we will award the highest form of recognition at the AA, and that is called honors. The Diploma Committee, composed of 21 Diploma Masters and tutors, will convene at the end of the presentations to nominate as many students as they find deserve to be recognized with honors. And I look very much forward to your votes. But more importantly, the AA also awards honors to each student, awards honors in a way in which each one of our students have actually the capacity to make a popular vote. There is something incredible about the AA, that is the power that all of us share. And we share it by this participatory democracy that is expressed in the best possible ways when we celebrate and when we work together to celebrate those things that we cherish. The students also will vote today for one of the honors. And I always look forward to actually see which student you choose, because from foundation to PhD, each one of the students can vote. So each one of you is casting a vote, and I ask you to listen carefully to all the projects to make sure that you capture the power of your vote so that you actually reflect about what is that we honor as a school, what are the values, what is the ethos. Over the last weeks, sitting at tables within all these Zooms, often silently in the background, and so many projects, exceptional projects that you will not see today. The Pan-African Museum by Oluwa Fadakemi Oyanade Ogunasanaya, and I'm always trying to pronounce our names properly. It was an incredible project that really redefines things that I think need to be questioned and problematized and resonate with what is that is happening in the world today. Or Calvin Hing Long Po, like the biopolitics of the Irish border, was a project that actually I think has such a power, and you will not see them today. But these are just two of the projects that you will not see today and are truly exceptional for very different reasons. And I want to acknowledge the incredible quality of the work produced over this last year under such difficult circumstances. I want every single student in our school, and especially those that are graduating this year, to know that what I had the privilege to see over the last few weeks is an incredible body of work, ideas, propositions, aspirations, but ultimately architectures that speak to the enormous talent that make this school so special. I want to honor all of you for having accomplished such an incredible feat in such a difficult time in your lives, but also in the history of all of us. You all actually deserve honors in some way. I want to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate not only the students, but also the tutors that have since the beginning of this academic year, but especially throughout this last term, been with all of you along the way, going far and beyond to make sure you got there where you wanted to be. I want to thank you. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the administrative staff. First and foremost, Belinda Flaherty, official title of registrar, but an official title mother of us all, who keeps us all together, sane, alive in spirit and soul. And I also want to thank Mark Morris, who has been an incredible mentor, supporter when needed, and a counselor to all of us intellectually and emotionally. There is no one in the school with such a big heart and such a generous mind. Javier and his team, as you all know, you have been with our students through these difficult times, day and night, guiding them relentlessly to achieve excellent, transgressive, and sublime projects, if that is what ETS stands for, right? And I want to also thank Mark Cousins and his team, who have been guiding everyone to question everything, actually everything sometimes. And I'm still waiting on a lecture, Mark, on honors. But last but not least, obviously, Theo Lawrence and his team, who have irreverently guided all of you students in the part to redefine and to start your own professional practice and your own definition of that. I also want to thank the team, obviously, of administrators who are making everything possible, like this event. IT, you have been amazing. And I want to transmit in this moment, and I'm taking more than the 10 minutes I had, but I think it's important because I have been receiving so many messages from all the conversations I had with the students over the last few weeks, to transmit to you the innumerable times that the students have expressed their appreciation for the work you have done, especially during these difficult times. You have actually, you have connected us in ways that we didn't imagine that we could be connected. I want to thank Joel and Tom from the audiovisuals. That's why we are here today. And also the print studio. Oli, you have been a hero together with Sasha and with the entire team, making sure that we actually still look amazing and that we actually can think that we are within a space of normalcy in which we are not. Ryan, Rory, Matthew, academic communications, and the entire editing and messages that we need to make sure that keep on sharing those ideals and that ethos that brings us together. I also want to thank the people who made possible somehow all of you, the students, to be here at the AA. And that goes long time ago for many of you, but the admissions team is one of the most valued departments in the entire school, along with the workshops and the fabrication laboratories and the archive and the photography. And who doesn't miss Pascal and Sami and Darko? Even if we have had the pleasure to have those digital coffees, I think we all miss so many people. And I think that that's real, and we need to acknowledge that. I also want to thank the membership and alumni team and special events department, Alex and Anna. We look so much forward to our physical graduation, but also to our virtual one on July 25th. And of course, Manije and her team in the public programs that make our ideas and cultural impact really reach out a broader audience. We look very much forward, Manije and all the team that has been working really hard to make the opening of Projects Rio next Friday as a global event that will take us through time zones from Australia to California. Students are not always aware of how important human resources and finances are, and how hard they work to make sure we continue to exist. Our human and financial edifice is a delicate one. And as I said yesterday in my message to the school community, I commit myself to work with the entire school to make sure everyone is supported in these difficult times and the difficult times ahead. The list of thanks is endless, and I'm sure that the AA is a big family, and we exist in the form of histories in the archive, and Thanks, Ed, for everything that you do to situate us in that history, in that knowledge. No one owns the history of the AA, but you remind us of those multiplicities of histories. And the books, from the bookstore to the library, Eleanor and her team have been incredible during these difficult times to give us access to that knowledge that we actually need to absorb and also to question and to redefine, to decolonize. From the bookstore to the visa compliance office, everyone is running intellectually, logistically this place. And I think your program coordinators, Rachel is someone that sometimes is not mentioned that much, but each one of you students know that she actually keeps everything also working. And I look forward to hear Sabrina actually voice again the name of our students when she's giving the awards on the 25th in our virtual graduation or celebration of this year. But of course, again, when we will do it physically, whenever that is possible and safe. I also want to thank all the postgraduate academic staff that this year opened up their classes for electives to our diploma students, as well as those tutors that participated in the open tutorials, the open juries, and many other unspoken and unknown initiatives that each one of you does. That is actually what keeps this school being so special, that have brought the school closer together during these really, really difficult times. Last but not least, I want to thank the people who keep our doors open, metaphorically but literally. The states and infrastructure, the security team, Anita, Evre, all of you, thank you for keeping the school, Lijek, safe, alive, even when we are not there. And that is so important. But the truth is that while I have been, as many of you know, with this background, over all my Zoom meetings, most of the times in outer space for the last 3 months, I'm in fact not in outer space. I'm actually, in fact, in a different place. I'm actually in the place in which we call here. I am in the lecture hall, in the place in which we all wish we could be. And I think that that's essential for all of us to acknowledge and to recognize the difficulty of all of us not being here. Today, I'm standing in front of you here, but also I'm standing in front of an empty lecture hall. And this makes me think of the real difficulties we all have faced and are facing. All the people that we have lost, some of our staff have lost their mothers, their brothers, their aunts, uncles. We all have lost friends to this global pandemic. But this year, we also lost friends and alumni for different reasons. I want to remember for a second, Arefe Sanae, a diploma from 2019, who left us this last year, but will be forever with us on the terrace. And when I look to this empty hall with these empty chairs, I think not only of the ones that left us, but also obviously of all of you. Honours transforms this space and the school into the most vibrant and intense space of the year. I miss all of you here today, standing on top of each other, me sitting on the floor, to see, to hear that piece of architecture that our hand expression also transmits to us. But this empty lecture hall also makes me think of not only all of you current students, but also those students that are yet to join us. We are an institution built on radical ideas, but also on privilege. I'm standing here as a white woman with the privilege of my skin and my education, and still, unfortunately, with the burden of my gender. Whatever I say as a woman will still be scrutinized from that perspective. But I look into this lecture hall and I think about the people who are to join us in the coming years, the students and the staff that represent the future that is still not our present, a future that is more equal, that questions our privileges and assumptions, that actually goes beyond the surface of diversity and engages with the complicity of this society and also this institution with obviously questions that we don't like to face, that is colonialism, white supremacy, architecture as a practice that perpetuates structures of power. Today, we honor the possibility of doing things differently, changing the world, even if slightly, by questioning the terms of engagement, the way in which the world has been made explicit to us to produce a new space, a new reality, a new set of conditions where we can reinvent ourselves as architects, but also as citizens and as an institution, some ways anew. Throughout today, we will see the work of 21 students who all have received a commendation to be here today in front of you to share the way in which we as a school exercise our mission. We fight not only with drawings in the wall, we fight by putting walls down. The walls of difference and exclusion, the walls of class, the walls of climate change denial, the walls of fear and ignorance, the walls of bureaucracy and systemic injustice. I'm standing here today in the lecture hall on your behalf to pick up an emotion, as I do in every time that I go in a lecture hall and a space of discourse and action that allows me to speak on behalf of our core values and radical democracies of experimentation, of futures of care. As I said in my letter to the school community yesterday, I'm here to take us all into our future, your future. I want to remind everyone of the pledges I made to assure everyone that we will take care of each other, that we will fight to make sure bureaucracy doesn't kill culture or souls, that everyone is able to be part of this incredible institution we call by two letters, AA. Over this last year, we have accomplished small and large feats. AA Action, a student-led group, has been putting climate justice at the center of the school's debates. When 3 weeks ago, I asked the entire school community to come together to discuss diversity, a term we have to question and problematize, independently as administrative staff, students and academic staff, I was hoping to offer a platform to discuss some of the important steps that we need to take to bring this institution to its future. Yesterday's conversations are just the beginning. There were apologies, there was recognition of the difficulties ahead of us, but above all, there is a clear sense of how we can work together. A newly formed collective that I was surprised to actually see emerge with such a clarity and power, ARO, a group made of students, staff, and alumni as allies against discrimination and disparity, is going to produce a series of demands that I hope you all as a school can deliver together. And to finish, and I want to apologize for taking so much time. I want to ask all of us to go into the projects. I want us to remind us ourselves of a major achievement. We are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the AA diploma. But we are also celebrating the fact that this is the first cohort also receiving a Master's of Architecture. This year we received third degree awarding powers. During my first year in the school, I had to work with our structures of bureaucracy and action, not to question anything, obviously, and adapt myself to drive this space as if I knew how to drive it, and to demonstrate in the last leg of this long race that was to apply for third degree awarding powers that we are that institution that is independent and at the same time is able to work. And I think that we actually now have the opportunity to really slowly start to question and to figure out how do we want to govern ourselves and to manage ourselves, and where everything, what is that we need to assure that everyone that is here at the AA is part of this process. We have now started a new journey with TDAP, a journey that will allow us to change and to build the structures that fit our purposes or ethos, and change does not need to actually come as a fast, radical thing. We do need to pause and reflect and move into the direction that is our direction, but is also the direction that the world is demanding us to move. The AA has been too important to architecture, and architecture, in fact, needs that we respond to the questions, the big questions that are being asked. Over the last 3 days, I've been receiving the comments from our external examiners that join us from around the world, commending the work, the precision, the sophistication, especially the renewed energy of the experimental program. And I want to thank all the tutors that actually have been part of this new year, that actually has been bringing a high level of intensity and complexity into a program that I think is really, really pushing the school forward in many different ways. I want to congratulate all of you, because this year you will graduate with a BA Honours with such an incredible work that was commended so highly by the external examiners. This is a special year, and I want to thank, and I'm sure I left someone out, but I also wanted to actually acknowledge the circumstances that the world is facing, and also the difficulties that we as a school are also going through. And the future is going to be difficult, but it's going to be so much easier if we are together. And I think that is what we are today here to do, is to be together, to celebrate the best thing that we do, that is to actually think about the world and the way in which architecture contributes to it. Today is a magical day. And to start with that, I will give the word to one of our magical people, that is Mark Morris, our head of teaching and learning. Thank you all. I look forward to an incredible, incredible day. So, Mark, to you.
Thank you, Eva. No one sets out to create an honors project. It happens as a culmination of factors that bring together past experiences, a unit brief that excites, a good relationship with tutors and peers, a creative flow, and an ambition. And yes, let's say it, an incredible amount of hard work, hours spent increasingly in isolation, unfortunately, to realize an architectural idea and to set forth a way of working that can go out into the world and have a real impact. I had an emoticon on my calendar this morning. I guess Microsoft Office automatically generated this because I had written honors, happy day. It is a happy day. To indulge in viewing 21 exceptional projects is like eating cake all afternoon or drinking bottles of champagne at one sitting. I think it was Mark Twain who said, too much of anything is bad, but too much champagne is just right. So I'd like to pop the cork on this afternoon and kick off with Tobias Dausgaard from Unit 17. Thank you all. Tobias.
Hi. In a moment, I will tell you a tale that has some similarities with the tale of another Dane. It is called The Undressing of the Ghetto Plan. The tale is in fact real, except that it envisions how a particular redevelopment plan for social housing in Denmark can be undressed, contested, and reappropriated in near future. With the use of the word, and I quote, ghetto, as the name of a national redevelopment plan of last year, Danish politicians embed our cities with systemic racism and economic injustice for decades to come. I will use the word naked instead of ghetto from now on, for as the tale uncovers, that is what the plan really is. Danish politicians might have learned from London how to dress a market liberal value discourse as if it was a mere fact. In this small libretto, you see 4 discursive tricks that helped a recent redevelopment plan in London to go through planning. These 4 tricks pivot around the rent gap principle, an argument to devalue the current use of land in favor of a more profitable use. I suggest we add 3 more gaps to the vocabulary: the social capital gap, the green gap, and the aesthetic gap, all of which have been used to devalue social housing estates and replace them with more profitable developments. Where the London case displaced nearly 2,000 people, the naked plan in Denmark will cause the eviction of 11,000 residents from social housing over the next decade. Within the estates labeled as ghettos by the government, extra legal measures treat citizens to different standards, sometimes even within the same street. For example, where one side has to endure double punishment for crime and the other side not. The naked plan further suspends social housing residents' right to be consulted on redevelopment of their estates. Policymakers set a top-down framework for brief makers, that is, housing associations and private developers, who commission space makers to execute their plans. The tale imagines how space makers can prepare the grounds for renewed influence of the dwellers who have been left without a say. This might be achieved by arguing for intrinsic qualities and values of an existing estate and by carving out a space for a shared vision among all stakeholders. In Tingbjerg, one of the 2 areas in Copenhagen labeled as a hard ghetto, this is the redevelopment timeline. The tale hypothesizes how all stakeholders could be invited to launch the public presentation in September in a courtyard in Tingbjerg, an event that could undress the purpose and repurpose the naked plan for Tingbjerg and really envision a new ending to a set timeline. In fact, this is crucial for the entire Copenhagen region because the redevelopment of Tingbjerg will be used as a model for all social estates, the director of Denmark's biggest housing association told me. All quotes featured in the tale are taken from real interviews I've conducted over the past year with most stakeholders. For example, I had a meeting yesterday with a bricklayer in Tingbjerg to discuss the price and the size of the grill, the stage that we are planning to build this summer together. I will welcome you to enjoy the tale. Act 1, before the event. Many years ago, there was an emperor so exceedingly fond of new clothes that he spent all his money on being well dressed. During the winter, Pia, an engaged resident and community representative in Tingbjerg, had teamed up with an architecture student to capture the wealth of qualities and activities in her courtyard. They both marked out where the naked planned private homes would go, with black and yellow barrier tape, as well as where Pia's garden project that she received funding for 5 years ago should be built, with red and white barrier tape. Over the summer, they hosted frequent meetings consulting residents of the courtyard to make her plan for the garden a representative and exemplary one of, by, and for the Tingbjerg community. Pia thought to herself, if all stakeholders come to see the real place that they only imagined with the abstract idea of ghetto, the fiction will buckle and they might see things as they really are. Therefore, she invited them to come to assemble for the first time and give a public presentation in her courtyard with the drawings of the new plan that they called Plan B as a stage set. The day of the event came and the first speaker on the stage was the Minister for Housing. Act 2, policymakers. Oh, it's beautiful, it's enchanting, the old minister peered through his spectacles. Such a pattern, what colors! I'll be sure to tell the emperor how delighted I am with it. In a speech, the minister told the naked plan would add 1,500 private homes to outbalance the number of social family homes in Tingbjerg. A lawyer in the front row interrupted him. Couldn't more social student housing fulfill the criteria of your plan instead of private homes? I mean, wouldn't 1,000 homes be enough to remove your label from Tingbjerg because the community composition will get over the high education threshold in your law? The architecture student who had recently graduated added, if half of the new homes are student housing, the average number of square meters can be brought down to 55 per dwelling rather than 95, right? With 1,000 homes, that means you could reduce the density nearly 3 times. The minister's eyes flickered, and he replied in a lowered voice. Well, you're right, in principle, that you could build social student homes instead of private homes, and 1,000 homes might be enough, but we still need to tackle the problem that immigrants who haven't accepted Danish values in neighborhoods like this. The apathetic-looking director of the government's research institute waited for the roaming mic. Excuse me, Minister, it seems you stage a problem and give it a symbolic solution. You conflate immigration and housing policy. The ghetto plan is a political fiction with no empirical backing. The minister replied, it's a question of gut feeling, really. With private homes in Tingbjerg, we would like to have a son of a director playing football with the cleaning lady's daughter in the future. Where will my playground go, though? I see on the posters behind you there's nowhere to play. A kid near the stage heckled. His mom, a teacher, added, in 1951, the architect of Tingbjerg created spaces to play for all ages. If anything, these spaces are culturally and intergenerationally diverse as few other places in Copenhagen. In our garden, we have lawns for community gardening and allotments, dining areas next to the playground where kids across Tingbjerg come together. We have a ball game court for the older kids and swings for all ages. The minister took a big sip of his water bottle. And Pia exclaimed, but how will the series of ditches that your derogative policies have encouraged help a social mix? They separate our community from the private gardens as though we were dangerous animals. And why would we need large, low-dense family dwellings? The new homes could be delivered in denser 3-story buildings along the edges and preserve the courtyards. The moderator employed by the Housing Association nervously looked at her watch and asked the Housing Association director and the developer, a former mayor of Copenhagen, onto the stage. Act 3, Brief Makers. The noblemen who were to carry this train reached for the floor as if they were picking up his mantle. Then they pretended to lift it high. They didn't dare admit they had nothing to hold it all. The director went on stage and started. The gardens are barren, unsafe, and underused. Our plan introduces safety through natural surveillance from the kitchen windows and will make the garden smaller and easier to use. Do we have English ghetto problems? No. And the ghetto plan will make sure we don't get there. Pia seized the moment to present her garden plan. Don't say they're not used. I mean, local kids and young people have helped us build these wonderful things all summer. We have a beautiful wildflower garden, a community kitchen with kitchen gardens. This stage we are sitting on, a big playground for kids, all kids in Tingbjerg. We've even left the margins of the garden for your 1,000 new homes. The teacher called out the developer. You fill shared spaces with houses that are only 10 meters from existing buildings. The vis-a-vis view is uncomfortable for everybody. However, I see on the poster behind you that everyone could be offered a more generous view from the perimeter of the garden instead. The recently graduated architect of the crowd sitting next to Pia said, if half of the new homes were retained for social student housing, it would free up 20% of the construction budget because the land is free to use for the association. This lowers the rent with 11% for the next 40 years, and that margin could be given back as 160 square meters of community space. The moderator asked the project architects who had been commissioned to do the zoning plan for Tingbjerg onto the stage. Act 4, Space Makers. Off went the emperor in procession under his splendid canopy. Nobody dared to confess they couldn't see a thread. No costume the emperor had worn before was ever such a complete success. Project architects opened their speech defending the low density of their scheme and opening up Tingbjerg towards nature. The recently graduated architect asked them, couldn't you give newcomers incentive to share more with one another, to acclimatize them to how the community here cares for one another? To make less of a distinction between, for example, new private student homes, private homes and new student homes, you could share the entry hall, for instance. Walls could be permeable plywood sheets with fireproof acoustic curtains to enable neighbors occasionally to combine their living rooms for bigger space. Finally, Pia concluded. With our 11%, we would like our community spaces to connect to the spaces we have built this summer. Like the stage, for example, where we will have better acoustics and a real backstage area. This might actually even contribute to all the things Tingbjerg has to offer as a place and community, instead of that very naked plan, which I hope all stakeholders by now realize really has nothing to do with us. Act 5, Plan B. But he has got nothing on at all, a little child said. And one person whispered to another, until the entire town cried at last, but he has got nothing on. The emperor shivered, for he suspected they were right, but he thought this procession has got to go on. So he walked more proudly than ever, as his nobleman held high the train that wasn't there at all. While the minister, the building director, the developer, and the naked plan architects quietly left the stage, the audience was in lively discussion. The following day, 2 big newspapers published a small article about the hefty meeting. In the following year, in the spring of 2021, more garden projects like Pia's followed, and together they organized the Tingbjerg Garden Trust, and new stakeholders was gradually mobilizing and taking form. I would like to extend the invitation to all of you and encourage you to join the public presentation in Pia's courtyard on the 1st of September 2020.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you. That was fantastic. So, of course, today's presentations are going to have all these difficulties of connectivity, of legibility, but many of us obviously know these projects very well. And I want to invite now Jane Ching Yi Ling from Diploma Unit 3. Jane, are you here?
Hi everyone, I'm Jane. The project is called Hostile by Design, and it is a campaign against the hostile environment, which are measures to tighten immigration control in the UK. It comprises 2 forms of action: a body of evidence that pursues political accountability and strategies of mass mobilization for social transformation. The campaign demands the end of the policy through 5 objectives, amongst them to reinstate the right to healthcare, housing, and the right to asylum. In 2012, Theresa May officially declared the United Kingdom a hostile environment to illegal migrants. This policy has facilitated the deportation of thousands of lawfully residing Britons and entered on average 25,000 people every year into indefinite immigration detention. For too long, the definition of illegality have come to define people without recognizing that it is based on racist and criminal policies. And the crisis of migration exists on a founding principle of the nation state, drawing lines between us and the other. It stems from a history of an ontological segregation of the migrant from the population, imaging their bodies through measuring, recording, and identification, assigning them the status of the alien, and using biometrics to facilitate their tracking across the continent, which mirrors the methods of measuring criminals invented by Alphonse Bertillon. The history of imaging the migrant body is built upon the image of the criminal. Today, this rhetoric is part of the British government's arsenal, deeply connected to a history of legitimized racism.
We must be mad, literally mad as a nation, to be permitting the annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents.
This exclusion of the migrant has persisted despite the existing legal right to seek asylum in the UK, along with other rights that are entitled to them. In practice, as Aran said, the moment that human beings lack their own government, no authority was left to protect them. The project of the nation state has never developed beyond this binary distinction of making us to make live or let die. Embedded in the idea that a territory can be a hostile space to specific bodies is a set of infrastructures where each site can be a space of investigation. And for too long, the UK has evaded accountability for its criminal treatment of migrants, which is clearly in violation of their human rights. Following the Grenfell inquiry, we will reverse the gaze of a mechanism of the state to advocate for those left out of sovereign protection. A public inquiry is a legal mechanism to investigate issues of public concern in order to trace accountability. The first step of the campaign acts as an evidence-finding mission into the criminality of the policy. And it focuses on the following spaces: the port, the camp, asylum housing, and the channel. On January 21st, for the first time, a migrant boat set off from Belgium towards the UK, away from hotspots on the French coast. The boat subsequently sank and most of its 14 passengers swam back to shore. Behind the logic that determined their departure from a place 46 kilometers, more than Calais to Dover, are measures that ensured these paths are inaccessible, including drones, 24/7 police presence, and thermal imaging cameras. These were the consequences of a joint action plan agreed in 2019 between the UK and France to mitigate an increase in crossings. But elongating the passage weaponizes the weather against bodies. At 30 knots, an inflatable dinghy takes 90 minutes to cross the same path. But the loss of body heat at sea occurs at a rate much faster than a journey. In these conditions, it takes only 63 minutes for an adult male to succumb to severe hypothermia and less for women and children. By weaponizing the sea as immigration control, the risk of death facilitates exclusion. And this violence takes on a different form in the space of the port through the limitation of choice. On the 23rd of October at 4 p.m, a lorry sets off from the port of Zeebrugge in Belgium on a ferry towards Essex. In the back of the lorry were 39 Vietnamese nationals. To bypass temperature detectors, the truck was refrigerated and therefore airtight. Within 2 hours, the exchange of oxygen into carbon dioxide increased CO2 to 2.5%. By 12 a.m, as the lorry arrives in Essex, the volume of the truck filled with the toxic amount of CO2, enough to poison an individual to death within a few minutes. But rather than traveling through Calais, a hyper-secured port, lengthening this journey from 2 hours to more than 8 hours compounded the risk of asphyxiation. These so-called preventative measures increase risks for migrants at the hands of smugglers or traffickers. When choice becomes a debate between the routes of least resistance, the result is often a route of more risks. Beyond the territorial line, the dematerialized border has transformed into the space of every day. The Immigration Acts 2014 and 2016 obligated landlords, doctors, and employers to check immigration status, effectively barring them from accessing housing, healthcare, employment, and other services. It is an intentional strategy of withholding resources one needs to survive. And the impact of systemic neglect can be fully felt in the migrant camps of Calais. As I enter the camp, I am greeted by a man from Gambia, who takes me around the sites. We found some sitting on small boulders, huddled around a campfire. A man from Afghanistan told me about what he did before he came here.
There, my job was with the North soldier. There, my work, their security situation was too much difficult. We cannot live there. When I come here in 2014.
14?
Yes, 14.
That's 6 years ago.
Yes, 6 years ago.
One showed me to his tent deeper in the woods. Inside is a single mattress, along with blankets, a water jug, and various plastic bags. I asked him about the jug. So do you buy water at the
the stores or?
No, rain.
Just the rain?
Yeah.
And it infiltrates further into the space of the home. The privatization of asylum housing contracts disperse these groups to impoverished councils and overcrowds their already stretched resources, whilst putting them into isolation. Inside the home, they have been forced into proximity despite the COVID-19 crisis. The intrusion of hostility into domestic space proves that legal mechanisms of entry does not guarantee safety, nor does this hostility end. Part of the hostile environment's insidious work is the weaponization of time. From the time of crossing the ocean to time spent in an airtight truck, and of waiting for asylum to the limbo of a migrant camp where life is on pause, time is weaponized to allow the state to enact the power to let die. This body of evidence frames the policy as a criminal act and holds the government accountable. It is clear that these risks are accepted only when migrant lives are at stake, the only difference between citizens and migrants being a passport, a visa. But the reality is that this anti-migrant rhetoric is embedded in much bigger structures that requires immense and sustained political transformation. Departing from the EU, this moment of uncertainty is a chance to capitalize and redefine the UK's stance with migration. To this end, the Hostile Environment Defence Handbook consolidates tactics of resistance that will mobilize masses of individuals against this violence. We will propose strategies to construct new policy imaginaries. The horizon of safe passage begins by processing asylum claims in Calais to support the right to asylum and also the spatial infrastructure of immigration, and negotiate the expansion of the search and rescue boundaries across the Channel. We will stand in solidarity by exercising care, a political notion that can be the ultimate form of disobedience against institutionalized negligence. In place of structural neglect, and expansive mutual aid infrastructure takes up the gaps left in the duty of care. The provision of housing, healthcare, and employment are taken over by the community, transgressing legal boundaries through an informal network. This shift to a socialized resistance requires a political transformation of individuals in a localized geography that would allow us to exercise care. In so much as it is a battle about borders, it is also about their subjecthood, as they are given no voice. Combating the rhetoric requires us to demystify terminology through collective action to occupy spaces of mass cultural production. At the same time, we will mobilize citizens to refuse en masse their duties as border agents by providing guidelines on how they can resist as employers, teachers, or healthcare professionals. The campaign works via two crucial actions within and outside of legal infrastructure: political accountability through the inquiry, and broader social transformation through consolidated tactics of resistance. Bit by bit, it is a field guide to resisting this violent policy and creating a culture in which we can collectively thrive. We are all witness to the power of Black Lives Matter today and the strength of collective action. We can no longer negotiate our terms of care as temporary acts. Building solidarity and kinship is how we can resist against the tired notions of us and the other, and to move forward to a new politics of care. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I'd like to invite Hehwan Yu from Unit 13.
Hello, hi. I uploaded the video to the JOS document online. Do I play from my side or? Hello.
Thomas.
Yeah, if you can just play it from your side.
Okay, cool. Hello, I'm Ho Shuan from Diploma 13. My project is named as the Prefix Hetero, which means other, and it is located in Giardini della Biennale in Venice. Giardini means gardens in Italian. garden as a notion has been diagnosed as one of the 5 types of heterotopia by Foucault. To narrow down the discourse of the heterotopia in this project, heterotopic space is defined as a space that has 2 or more opposing or contradictory characteristics. And to start with, garden means enclosure, not only resulting from its origin of the word, but also its history and later development. From day one of Napoleon's demolition, the enclosure of the Giardini is defined by its urban fabric and the natural peripheries. And within its larger boundary, the Giardini is composed by 2 main elements: national pavilions and the surrounding landscape. The national pavilion stands for the individuality showcasing accomplishments from each country, while the trees bring the garden into an entity. As an entity composed by nationalistic individuals, the Giardini reorganized the world in its own axis and orders, mapping states in the heterotopic nature and the underlying chaos in Giardini. Another pair of opposing properties of the Giardini is its yearly exhibitions and the pavilions being the containers of the exhibitions. The contradiction of the temporality and the eternity is argued in my thesis by 4 extreme cases that the physical existence of the pavilions that were affected by the temporary interventions which later were returned to the original status. So the 2 sets of heterotopic natures of the Giardini mentioned are individuality versus entity and temporality versus permanence. Yet these contradictions are always created by boundary conditions, the physical boundary that distinguishes the pavilion from landscape, from the interior to exterior, and from the Giardini to the outside Giardini. Therefore, mappings were made investigating the boundary conditions, from the lines of trees and the light conditions, routes and visitors' view directed by different boundary conditions. So it is shown that the hierarchy of the space is different from the traditional public versus private hierarchy. 4 categories are found, which are the solid boundary, collateral space, border territory, and no access zone. On top of the built environment, 3 lines of the trees compose the context environment. These superimposed systems has 3 main boundary conditions. The first is the natural boundary, the canal. The second is the backdrop building that separates the Giardini from the residential. The third is the only gate that is always closed other than the main entrance of the Giardini. The study of porosity is introduced as a prototype generator. Following up the heterotopic study, the examples of porosities are chosen from 3 categories: natural, artificial, and combination of both, in 3 scales in order to conduct a thorough observation. The logic is to extract a porosity diagram that depicts the phenomena. These are the models done during the study as my understanding from the collection of the images that I gathered. Concluding the tests that have been conducted, 2 main characters could be spotted. The first is by manipulating the density of the particles of void in order to create porosity. The second is to manipulate the sequence of the same elements. So the prototype showcases 2 distinctive nature on top and bottom, linear versus intermingled, vertical versus horizontal. Similar to how individual trees grow into forests as an entity, the prototype has its own appealing features, also resembling how Venice is built. As mentioned, garden represents enclosure, yet Napoleon's original idea was Giardini Pubblici, which is a public garden for Venetians. So I did a study on Venetian's garden and Venetian's public space. Knowing the different classifications of public space by different criteria, 5 spaces from 5 Italian cities were picked, and Venetian's public space has its own uniqueness, by the fact that its public space is often composite in its use and program, which was called space construction method, hence limit of land. To further dissect the relationship between the garden and the public space, I started within the understanding of the urban voids of Venice. 9 samples from different districts were picked, and 4 types of urban voids are concluded associated with certain elements of the city, which start to establish the link between the public space and its governor or maintainer. And this correlation between the distributed churches and its surrounding temples, sometimes gardens, is established, being the prerequisites to a public garden. And the properties of the gardens are studied by 9 samples from across the city. Therefore, apart from the typical enclosed gardens, 3 other unique garden typologies are established, and sometimes they are not read as urban voids. So the 4 other special gardens in Venice being the balcony, the rooftop, the conservatories originating from the Spice Garden in 1500 Venice, and the lawn, which is rarely existing in the city at the moment. Therefore, with the prototype inserted into the site dealing with the boundary conditions, it aims to complete the Giardini by superimposing the hidden garden typologies found in Venice to create composite gardens, complementing on the existing Giardini by densifying and creating more land at the same time. So the typology works in 3 stages. The first is identify the routing areas that are very rarely occupied space in Giardini. Step 2, vertical extrusions growing from the unused areas and start to connect in order to create new identity and connectivity. 2 grids were adopted so as to rationalize the landing points of the structure. The one on the left is extracted, complying with the axis of the site. The slightly tilted grid is following the context, which is the turn of the canal, as well as the globe meridians. And the 2 grid systems integrate by inverted think truss so as to recreate the spatial quality of the prototype, yet retaining the hierarchical logic and structural behavior. By controlling the dimension of the beams, different spatial qualities are created in order to represent the category of the public space in Venice. On the ground level, the structure has minimal footprints and interruption to the Giardini and Biennale. People will find the scattered staircases within the woods and enter the structure. Reaching to the balcony level, the elements start to link and create panels for the potential habitation. The vegetations raised in pots adopted as the main approach of mimicking the original typology. The vegetation are selected to be common domestic plants in Italy, which originated from all over the world, enhancing with the aspects of the garden being a result of a colonization and its heterotopic nature. And it was allocated within the structure by its potential growth of height, as well as its requirements towards the sunlight and the moisture. The allocation alongside the piazza creates a hierarchy, emphasizing the original site, at the same time internalize the exterior to create a transitional area from the pavilions to the gardens. After individual balconies, the panels grow and reach to form the first entity, much as individual balconies leading to the roof terrace. The floor height increases to correspond with the publicity and ensure the proportion with the columns. Normal seatings as around the campos are allocated to create partial enclosures or fully surrounded by vegetated space for various needs of encounters. After the rooftop, the space expands and grows back to in order, so as to reform a discipline reflecting on the site's logic, as well as to accommodate the conservatory with a floor height of 7.4 meters. By growing taller, the vegetation adapts and grows higher in order to camouflage the structure. Reaching to the very top, a space typology that is extremely rare in Venice appears, which is a continuous large-scale green lawn with lemon trees appeals, reversing the image of the city into experience of visiting Giardini, an escape from the overwhelming Venetian maze and a shift from visiting to experiencing and viewing. To conclude, the project sits in the larger context of the crisis of Venice, not only caused by global warming but also the rapid pace of the tourism. Carpe diem becomes the motto of Venice, so the project derives from the constant contradiction and aims to find the balance point within these conflicting figures. Still in the Giardini della Biennale, the structure exhibits the hidden garden typology in Venice, meanwhile creating public ground for desperately needed recreation and resting areas. Connecting the neighborhood and Giardini, the structure expands and creates a porous boundary that enables the public ground of Giardini that could be accessed during off-season, and during the on-season enables social interactions. In a larger scale, the proposal complements on the garden aspects in the Giardini, hosted in a scaffolding-like yet permanent form. A hetero garden, reminding the exhibition-oriented visitors to pay attention to the surrounding nature, to the Giardini over Biennale. Zooming out to Venice, the project reviews the piling forest as supporting and foundation underneath Venice, and by reversing it up, it becomes a memorial and a constant reminder towards the Giardini being a garden, and to Venice being a hetero city to the visitors and to the inhabitants. So there you have it, the hetero garden in Giardini and in Venice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to move, thank you, Hishuan. We are moving to Yuki Terado from Diploma Unit number 8. And everyone knows that I love to actually mention the titles and the exigent habitats with Rock, Oman, Spella, Villaginig, and Jose Navarrete. And I hope that everyone obviously acknowledges that as well. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, I'm Yuki Terado from Debate. My project is about parasitic vertical living by proposing prototypical system with a multi-storied hanging shelter for minimal and temporal settlements. This is a speculated project. The extreme climate of my project is vertical inhabitation. It aims to utilize the vertical surface for a new form of living. The first proposal is on a cliff on Mount Rombon in Slovenia as an alternative living space for climbers. That also led to a development of a design for a new urban typology that is tested on an empty brick wall in London as affordable and temporary accommodation for a longer short-term residence. With this project, I like to question, does a home need to be permanent? The project aims to negotiate a form of living between temporal and permanent by proposing a dynamic system of prototype that adapts and changes following the need of users. For example, a way to extend the existing building scheme like winter garden, or a shelter that pops up in case of emergency like flooding, or a way to conduct a research like bird watching, or alternatively for a hobby like fishing. The project started from looking at tectonics of existing vertical living, which is a big wall climbers and their hanging tent called pot ledge. Like in the photo, it hangs on the cliff. The hanging ledge developed from hammock and butt hammock. In one-to-one experiment, I found them very uncomfortable due to the weight and curves caused by tensile structure. The pot ledge is mainly consisted of two elements, the suspended main structure and the weatherproofing cover. The assembly starts from one bag, pulling out the tent, then adjust on the surface, with the cover on the top depending on the weather. To disassemble within 10 minutes, it goes back again to the bag. The logistics of the tent and anchors are relying on the climbing tools, such as howling. What I learned from the pot ledge is that it's easy to install and deploy, lightweight, portable, and sustainable. Plus the geometry of a triangle is feasible that gives enough stability in a harsh tensile environment, which I carry on to my proposal. At the same time, I looked at the variation of minimal spaces in size and purposes. The hanging tent turns into a bedroom, kitchen, and dining, and toilet as well at once. The camping van is focused on nomadic mobility. Their function tend to expand vertically and horizontally. A shelter for disaster victims has a different requirements, as people are forced to live under a condition rather than they chose. The conclusion is to propose a dynamic shelter system. I need a variable configuration to adapt and change according to the different needs and required size, depend on the context. Then I started to explore initial proposals as hanging, adaptable, and a variable shelter with a combination of triangles. Initial idea was suspended frames with straps and zipping skins, allowing different compositions, changeable in various ways. One unit is 1.5 meters for 2 people, and the rule of configuration was based on 1 point. In one-to-one model, I experimented the principle and spatial quality of hanging tent from its fabrication. First key moment was when the project moved on from a wire project to a surface project, that the whole suspended surface became structural, and staying inside became more stable and comfortable. The right photo is me inside. I found the comfort of the tent largely depends on the material, whether it deflects in a hanging environment or not. Then the proposal went on playing with the surface, grids, zigzag background, and patterns and openings. As a conclusion of development, it is better to place 2 points per unit instead of 1, which is more variable and proportional. Moreover, exploring the expansion of the skin for internal connection while maintaining the same number of the floors gave spatial transparency beyond the floor levels, like the photo like the right photo. The project moved on to adaptation scenarios. The left is Mount Lombon in Slovenia, and the right is an empty brick wall in London. Rombon is for summer months focused on 8 climbers, and London for temporary accommodation with 15 to 20 people. Left is logistics of Slovenian, and the right is London's logistics. Both will be carried by car and additionally 3 hours walk from nearby town on the mountain scenario. For the mountain, it will be carried up to hauled up to 10 meters above the ground by climbers who are at the same time installers. London will have an opening on the first floor for access, and installation will be done by hanging builders. The combination of the shape is decided by the program and its activity dimension. The coordination of the program is depending on the number of communal space and access path. These are, for the Roman scenario, the access and the program are flexible, while the London has clear definition for private use. Therefore, the program-like bedrooms are arranged at the end of access path. These are the final proposal. Concluding the explorations, the shaded area is a responsible structural surfaces and other as a pure cladding. From here, I focus on Slovenian proposal. The assembly starts from upper units as units below are hanging from above and pinned against the wind. The material is textile and structure is holistic. As units increase, self-weight and user's weight make it more stable. Moreover, in this adaptation scenario, how openings, void, and semi, and also closet space can coexist is potent. As Rompon's project's context is nature, the openness of the proposal allows the interaction with outside and inside. The biggest advantage of this proposal is that climbers can now deconfigure their own space and adapt larger structures to form a community, which creates a relationship with the nature by being on a cliff. Experimenting this in a completely different urban context, the feature of London proposal is fabric interface. The proposal speculates a temporal housing typology from few weeks to few months, creating a community of temporal residents, as well as a new partnership between building owner and an organization that hosts this new form of parasitic living. The proposed design has a variety of angles of triangulation volume, creating different interaction from outside and inside the proposal, towards the streets, sky, and the sun. Within a day, the condition of each panel changes following the sun orientation, and the function of each panel changes following the season. The structure installation starts from setting a seamless channel joint on existing wall. Then hang back panels, which is a composite of CLT using proposed hanging joint. Then floor panels and front panels. Then cladding panels to fill the gap at the back. The non-structural cladding has 4 variations for transparency and translucency, interacting with outside public in different ways. 10 to 30% transparency with the frosted acrylic panel, and 30 to 50% with a single layered silver polycarbonate. 50 to 70% with the multi-layered virgins, and 80% with the perforated metal sheet. Materials are allocated following the sun analysis, and the proposal expands and shrinks following the needs, which could be seasonal, and the parts are reusable for the next use. The proposal takes advantage of the first floor of existing building for communal space, sanitary access, and entrance, which is opened at the installation. The vertical access is provided by ladders, and 8 beds are accommodated with a study. This is another living, sticking out from existing building for 1.5 meters. In the evening, the proposal introduces new lighting pattern to the city, creating a relationship as architectural parasite. The angled translucent cladding allows view upwards and downwards. The variation of the configuration enables different spaces to emerge, and visibility gives an immersive experience of living in London. Whether it is for an extension to a house or a shelter to access an extreme environment, this is just one of the scenarios I'm proposing that is a solution for urgent and temporal need of space that is adaptable and changeable, where the vertical spaces are available for the parasitic living. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yuki.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Zhishen Wang from Diploma 20 to present.
Hi, hello. Hi, I'm Xuechen from Diploma 20. My project is called 2020, The Fall of a Profession, and I have the video with the AV team, so they will play it from their end. Thank you.
So, jurors, if you just look in the chat,
Hi,
there'll be
hello.
a link, and then just join.
Hi, I'm Xuechen.
From there.
Hey, congratulations on getting your part 2.
Well, I'm actually not sure of the purpose of architecture. Upon graduation, I'd like to share a quote from Liang Zichen, a Chinese architect who inspired me to study architecture at the very first place. He defines the architectural profession as, directly speaking, the creation of buildings that solves the issue of living among society's basic needs. Indirectly speaking, it is a recorder of culture and mirror of history. Repositioning the quote within the UK context and using the quote as a compass in the analysis of Custom House, the project questions the relevance of the profession today by examining the buildings they create. Such repositioning, first of all, finds a contemporary culture where only 6% of new homes in the UK were designed by architects in 2017. However, the 6% that is often private housing makes up more than half the architectural services. As architects pick and choose only a small fraction of the society benefits, the profession does not solve one of society's basic needs, it amplifies it. Such repositioning, first of all, finds a contemporary culture where only 6% of new homes in the UK were designed by architects in 2017. However, the 6% that is often private housing makes up more than half. Architecture is equated with chief buildings and building with people cage to draw a clear divide between architecture and building, as well as a divide between the people who build them, the architect and the builder. The division intensifies an urban history of housing being blamed for different societal issues and consequently being demolished during health reform, social cleansing, and more recently, urban regeneration. And it will only be a matter of time for newer housings to be replaced. In Custom House, the trajectory of history is no less different. Phases of urban regeneration have undergone to rejuvenate an urban environment that has suffered from negligence, disorder, and decay. Architecture must fall to stop the divided profession and the unstable built environment. The fall should be triggered by change. A universal way to read, understand, and assess buildings is proposed to replace the existing value system. The project here imagines a code that aggregates information that could be found for all types of buildings. The code puts focus on each individual dwelling unit while also relating to the surrounding ones. Official data are combined with real-time data that requires input from an occupant. There are two new types of information. Fitness level is a way to inspect buildings by identifying defect elements under the categories of substructure, superstructure, roof, surface, and window and door. Points are allocated to specific elements depending on the cost of repair. If a repair has to be done by a specialist, an exclamation mark would be given. Adding up the points further gives a rating to form part of the code. 5 types of information are color-coded with different tones. Building age is divided into 6 time periods, whereas the significance is graded by listing status. They are then overlaid to generate an index, first expressed in RGB numbers, and then calculated as a percentage against the darkest and lightest color. Changes in any types of information ultimately generate different shades of gray, representing buildings with stronger or weaker assets. Although reductive, the code reveals a startling discrepancy between architecture and buildings. While architecture presents its pride in recording its year of construction on various architectural elements, ordinary buildings are reduced to white noise, as they can only be located in history among stacks of council committee reports or layers of historic maps. As truly significant architecture gets a listing status, those ordinary are more likely to be extended, retrofitted, as well as demolished without extra written consent. The discrepancy also finds its way into the interiors. A listed status would boost the economic value of a property. A flat within a Grade 1 listed building would have the same council tax band as a non-listed building, even though the listed flat has so much less internal floor area. It is also common to find that the housing projects architects work on tend to be in the upmarket, where properties are so much more expensive than ordinary dwellings of the similar size, but possibly without the input of an architect. And this explains why only 6% of the housing units had contributions from architects. Therefore, architecture must fall to end the unbalanced existence and the uneven building quality. The fall should be accelerated by action. The code enables action from both ends of the spectrum, professionals and non-professionals, to reach common ground. Two byproducts of the code, Building Information Mixer and Building Bulletins. The Building Information Mixer is a phone app that walks a user through the process of knowing a building by asking simple questions. It tells a user where to look for information and encourages them to calculate real-time data that reflects their occupancy. The Building Bulletins is a bi-weekly publication that compares two buildings of the same age. It advocates an inclusive readership, concerns the day-to-day life of the general public, and tells stories of ordinary buildings that are otherwise overlooked. The publication is also an entry to further collaboration as building occupants get invited. Currently, there are two issues that compare two buildings of 1890s and the other two of 1954. The schedule of publications would cover 46 buildings to explore different implications. The code and byproducts are fitting tools to engage timely with the existing building stock, over 3/4 of which is housing, and between 80 and 90% that will still be in use in 2050. In this context, how architects position themselves requires a different answer. In Custom House, buildings are covered by over 5,000 addresses, majority built after the Second World War, ordinary, insignificant, and inexpensive. The non-listed 1890s building in the first issue was later subdivided into 5 flats without adequate insulation or double glazing. At best, recommendations from the bulletins precede a process of collaboration. In the front, the mason complained, "Whoever repointed with cement mortar should really be banned in the industry." Inside the building, different insulation means are put up to reduce energy bills and save residents from another cold, sour winter. While the architect only asserts a voice in opening up the rooftop, what is considered exemplary to be listed should be challenged. This 1954 council housing block featured in the second issue has not been properly managed. One shopkeeper as well as resident ponders, "After all these years, I wonder what has the building become? When did everything start to slide downhill?" Together with the remaining community around the block, council tenants begin their request for building information. Through the Building Information Mixer app, they surfed on various websites and even reached out to the local council. With their newly gained knowledge, they decide to stage a protest, making precise demands to the council and property management company, including repairing all building defects, improving its fabrics, and upgrading energy performance rating from D at least to B. Later, a settlement is reached to improve the living conditions of council tenants while putting up additional dwelling units to make up the refurbishment cost. Upon handover, the architect explains, "You see, my role doesn't just stop here. Tenants now have more building knowledge and would be more active in keeping up the building. The date stones on the facade manifest their care and misuse so that you can take actions or precautions, and I shall come back regularly to receive feedbacks." The council officer murmurs, "Just like track and trace." Architecture must fall. To make itself relevant again, the fall is achieved by making sacrifices. Sacrifices need to be made at the institutional level to abolish the professional as well as ideological divide. Architecture should be abolished. Calling a building building would just suffice. and the AA has to change its name to Building Association School of Buildings, meanwhile revisiting its motto. Before we build in truth, we urgently need to design with regard to society's needs, and the future architects should be equipped with a vision to manage the living environment that is shaped, but not solely, by them. The fall of architecture is not yet the death. The project here attempts to be a parachute that slows down a fatal crash. Just like I was warned upon joining Diploma 20, I'd like to send the invitation out on behalf of the unit to urge a rethink of why, how, and for whom we choose to practice architecture. Or architectural education would fall short of its promises, and architects would no longer be one of the oldest professions in the world.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Congratulations. We now obviously invite Yoav Caspi, Diploma Unit 19, with David and Bushra play for today the performance of architecture. Yoav.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Hello, I'm Yoav from Diploma 19, and the project I'll present is Wearing Birmingham's Plan for Work. I'd like to open with a performance I conducted in Eastside Gallery, Birmingham. The performance was a narrated walk. Before us lay remnants of the inner ring road, a 1960s infrastructure plan for Birmingham city centre. And now we are in front of the Co-op factory, a Grade 1 listed industrial Victorian building. Here are the keys to the southwest elevation. Yeah? While the audience walked the gallery, I told a narrative concerning Birmingham's built environment. Walking the gallery allowed the audience to... Sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, if you could just restart again, it would be great so that we can see the presentation without the notes.
Can you see it now? Okay.
Now it's great. Thank you.
I'm really sorry, everyone.
I just was texting you, but I think that's great.
Really sorry. So yeah, my name is Yoav, and so my name is Yoav from Diploma 19, and the project I'll present is Wearing Birmingham's Plan for Work.
We still see them.
Control-Shift-Return, yeah.
Is that okay now? Sorry.
Now this is working. Do you see your notes?
Yeah, thank you. Really sorry.
No worries. We have plenty of time, you know. Thank you.
So I'm from Diploma 19, and the project I'll present is Wearing Birmingham's Plan for Work. I'd like to open with a performance I conducted in Eastside Gallery, Birmingham. The performance was a narrated walk. Before us lay remnants of the inner ring road, a 1960s infrastructure plan for Birmingham city centre. And now we are in front of the Co-op factory, a Grade 1 listed industrial Victorian building. Here are the keys to the southwest elevation. While the audience walked the gallery, I told a narrative concerning Birmingham's built environment. Walking the gallery allowed the audience to walk Birmingham and reflect on Birmingham's story. Wearing, Birmingham's plan for walk is an urban strategy that follows my performance. The performance is the design methodology. Wearing connects between derelict buildings and existing walking paths, allowing Birmingham to reflect. During the 18th century, Birmingham laid the foundation of the industrial modern world, and Leyshant showed Britain the way with a prosperous center of public buildings. But after World War II, Birmingham's industrial growth brought suppressive government policies, restricting population and employment, policies that still have an impact today. The ringway, a 19th infrastructure around the city center, manifested Birmingham's suppression, disconnecting walking paths and demolishing extensively. Walking paths were disconnected to threatening tunnels, where murals tragically displayed the demolished cityscape. Disconnected walk remain present in the city today, as Birmingham's 2010 city plan outlines separated areas for walking, despite organizations such as Walking Cities advocating for cleaner air and the health benefits of integrated walking. Now is the time to recognize the potency of meaningful walks within cities. Maureen from Birmingham says,
I think Walking Cities were involved with patching up this pavement. It helps me get to the shop, but something else is missing.
Demolition has also been a long-standing policy. Alice, a university student, argues,
I mean, yeah, Birmingham is like always under construction, and the public space tries to paint a different image of what Birmingham really is, and I don't think that's necessary.
In the 1960s, Birmingham chief city planner stated, "There is little of real worth in our architecture. Buildings should be constructed to last 15 to 20 years and then should be pulled down." This was the ringway inauguration ceremony.
The Minister of Transport inaugurated the start on the 8th of March 1957. It was felt something more spectacular was required than just cutting the first sod. So it was decided that the minister should explode a charge and demolish a length of wall.
Much like disconnected walking, extensive demolition remains present in the city, as 52 derelict buildings face demolition, 48 of which are red brick buildings. Wiring connects between and through these derelict buildings and joins existing walking paths. Birmingham's plan for walk consists of identifying a path, surveying the building and the path, preserving derelict buildings through selective demolition process of brick removal, and reconstructing markers throughout the city with the removed bricks. It is a recurring strategy. Wiring is an inversion of the ringway. Instead of a fast loop for cars, it is a slow network for walking. In comparison to previous urban strategies that imposed a new image, it is an infrastructure that connects the city, allowing Birmingham to see itself anew. This is a walk between two derelict buildings, the core factory at the bottom left and Curzon Street at the top right. They are connected by markers. Alice begins this walk on Cardigan Street next to Birmingham City University. She crosses the street to catch a bus. The bus stop frames a familiar derelict building. Alice decides to catch the next bus and walks towards the co-op factory. The factory is an industrial grade 1 listed Victorian building made of the proudest and reddest of red bricks. Despite this grading, the approved scheme for the factory proposes the reconstruction of a copy, demolishing most of the factory save the south facade. The tower, for instance, will be demolished due to exceeding self-weight. Brick removal, a selective demolition process, can reduce significant weight to preserve the tower.
Remove bricks without damaging them so that you can use them again afterwards. The procedure is very simple. You simply come in with a chisel, chisel out the remaining mortar, and then that frees the brick and you can remove it.
And here, do you use the drill or the chisel?
So once I've got to this stage, I then come in again and drill through at an angle of about 30 degrees relative to the face of the brick. It's in pretty good condition. So that can now be cleaned up with a grinder and then reused.
The factory's stick walls maintain structural integrity while allowing brick removal and light to come in. Light highlights time, allowing Birmingham to reflect on its constant and rapid change. As the tower is supported by buttressing walls, wind analysis demonstrates that weight can be reduced above the walls at the top of the tower, while structural analysis identifies the best locations for bricks to be removed, to a total of approximately 5,000 bricks, 8% of the tower's weight. Stepping outside, Alice notices her favorite cinema. She walks quickly to get a closer look. Brick removal is applied to other elements in the factory. The perforated east wall revealed a walk and a structure at a short distance. Selective demolition preserves the derelict buildings, allowing Birmingham to reflect through them. While walking Digbeth Canal, Luke and Jessica follow a gravel path. Some paths are marked by red terracotta gravel and occasional red markers. The damaged bricks from the brick removal process are used to lay the terracotta gravel, marking the path. Bricks removed from the derelict buildings are used to mend the ground or build markers throughout the city. Additional bricks can be outsourced from reclamation yards within a radius of 30-minute drive. The structure in front is a reproduction of the Co-op factory. The tower at the top highlights the tower of the factory appearing at the background. As they continue to walk, Luke and Jessica pass through a colonnade gradually transitioning from a round arch to segmental and flat arch. The transition echoes Birmingham's vernacular architecture. Waring addresses demolition and restricted walking by preserving derelict buildings through brick removal and reusing those bricks throughout the city as markers. A bench. A bus stop. Fixing a wall.
Not really. No, I don't think so.
A shelter.
Possibly,
A pavement. A field pothole. Birmingham's story is layered and complex. Waring is a project that is aware of the social disconnection triggered by urban regeneration. It chooses to provide a path through and beyond that polarization by connecting the city. These connections give Birmingham walks, allowing the city to reflect on its materiality, its history, its ugliness and beauty, and its disconnection. Waring is an infrastructure that offers a space of thought and contemplation in everyday life, as well as an opportunity to see the city, Birmingham, anew. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoav. Thanks very much. We're doing all right for the AA to keep to schedule. What I'd like to propose, rather than a 30-minute break, a 15-minute tea break for everyone, and we'll come back to Matthew Ho's presentation in 15 minutes. Thank you again. we'd like to kick off with Matthew Ho's presentation for the second part of a three-part honors series of presentations. This is Matthew from Unit 16. Over to you, Matthew.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Matthew from Diploma 16, which is a film-based unit. In order to view the work in maximum quality, regardless if you're here on Zoom or YouTube, I'd like to kindly ask everyone to please click on the Vimeo link, which I will post in the chat icon below, which contains my presentation for today. And if you have any headphones available, to please watch it with headphones. Thank you. And just to make sure that everyone has the correct link, the Vimeo link ends with Matthew Ho /honors. Thank you.
What is it like to experience a city from the perspective of one that is excluded by it? Stemming off of the unit's aim to observe human behaviors in the urban environment, I chose to highlight those at the edge of society, whose relation to the city is not based on a regime of labor and leisure, but of survival. This year-long research is embodied in the form of two documentaries. The first film, shot in Venice, highlights the exploitation of migrants and refugees who gravitate towards the city in search of opportunity, but end up taking a pivotal role in the production of the alluring beauty of the city. The second film documents the life of Omid, a Kurdish-Iranian asylum seeker who has lived on London streets for 15 years, uncovering his reality while expanding my awareness of the politics of exclusion beneath the city I thought I knew. The methodological approach to my second film is undertaken through the process coined by the sociologist Loic Wacquant, known as carnal sociology, a form of participant observation that strives to abstain from the spectatorial viewpoint. Within this sociological framework, I underwent the grueling process of following every aspect of his life for a period of 4 months to avoid the external viewpoint typically seen in films of this genre. I felt that in order for me to deeply understand his condition and capture the city through his eyes, I had to get as close as it was possible for me to walk in his shoes, fostering an extreme level of intimacy and trust. I felt a strong emphasis to abstain from the interview-style approach taken in my first film, in order to encourage Omid to talk openly and freely about his condition and life, and in the process to remove any potential preconceived notions I had of his reality. Omid's daily choices of wandering between spaces of enclosure and habitation within the city are entirely dictated by factors of two natures, the first being climactical, temperature, wind, and rain, conditions which most of us see as a nuisance at best. The second is political. By demarcating areas of no access, the city becomes a space of exclusion fed by silent violence towards rough sleepers, from hostile architecture forcing them out of sight, to councils deliberately wetting down streets at night, making them unable to be slept on. This violence against the excluded aimed to hide the symptoms of social problems to maintain the flawless image of the city, rather than finding solutions to the causes, relegating Omid to places within the city where he finds escape. The double-decker bus to Wood Green, for example, provided 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep from Trafalgar Square. For cultural encounters, he spent hours in the booth at the BFI, sat on a couch, watching documentaries about the world. The quiet corner in the LSE library gives him a chance to charge his phone, use the bathroom, and to socialize with others, revealing how vital public institutions are for his sustenance. As such, the limited territory that he is able to access within the city become his enlarged domestic realm. The rooms and corridors that construct our privileged private homes dissolve into the urban, inhabiting into a space that is bound by systematic injustice. Nevertheless, following Omid's dwelling in the city that provides him space for his physical and mental needs reveals crucially how a deprivation of domestic private space fundamentally reconfigures an irreversible understanding of one's own existence. This is a shortened version of the full film. The title is Hope, which in Kurdish translates to Omid.
What's the temperature tonight? Last night was 0. It wasn't about 0. It looks like alcohol or smoke is my best friend.
I mean, they look like not best friend. They look like I wasn't like this before I became homeless. Seriously, I wasn't like this. When I'm drinking, I'm talking. When I'm drinking, the mind or smoking, my mind is working. I wasn't like that 5-6 years ago.
I didn't even realize it was fast.
79. Something missing. No rough sleeper. No someone is look like rough sleeper. Something missing. This picture shouldn't be like that. Yes. Seriously, what's that? People sitting eating. Where is the homeless people? There is no homeless people to ask for some help. No.
Barnett Grove. Yes. Barnett Grove. Oh, Barnett Grove.
And everybody talk about change. If you ask many people, they just want to change, but no one is know how. I'm talking about the medieval people. Seriously, I can't get out from this rough sleeper or homelessness. Can't get out. 5-6 years is. I can't talk like someone is someone else. No. I want to pick up. You want to film it? Sure. You want to film it? Film it. Film it. I got it. Frank, take picture. Take picture from. That's Frank. Frank is, I think Frank is this one. Yeah, I sleep next to him. Then the 1 year, yeah. 4, 5, 6 years. Frank is. You know, man, 50 years in my life is. 15 years in my life is years. Goes for nothing. Just like that. I don't want to die here. Seriously. I don't want to die here. I collect the rubbish here. anywhere you sleep in, it's a public, it's a private, no, this place is good. And if they say remove, fuck them.
Thank you, Matthew. Thanks very much. I think we're all finishing our video slightly different times, so you'll get rolling applause, yeah? Good. I'd like to turn to...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add, if anyone would like to view the Venice film, I'll also include the link so you can watch that at a later date in the chat.
That's great. Thanks again, Matt. We give the floor to Jake Parkin from Diploma Unit 10. On to Jake.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mark. It's nice to see your teddy bear as well.
Oh, a text about it.
Yeah, maybe more screen time for the teddy bear. Okay, I'll share my screen. Let me know if there's any issues. Great. Hi, I'm Jake. The project's titled Focusing Interactive Space, How London Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. The proposal is for an alternative centre of social engagement in Southwark. Learning from Belfast and the City of London, can conflict play a greater role in counteracting the overcuration of the city?
The motorway is does the exact same job as the wall, but from Jerusalem more subtle. Yeah. Because the RA, we used to be able to walk in the Belfast city centre and plant the bombs and walk back out again.
So the intervention of the A12 motorway, which you can see on the left, which was part of the urban ring of steel designed by the British government as a physical reaction to a deeply social conflict. A decade later, the IRA bombed Bishopsgate and another ring of steel was created, this time circling the City of London. Instead of being built with walls and motorways, it was created as a series of interaction points. So this, combined with a conversation with the IRA bomber, questions the potential of conflict and interactive space in the city. So these are two drawings made at the same scale across Belfast and City of London and Southwark. The layer of conflict, drawn in red, demonstrates on the left the troubles in Belfast and on the right, 3 diversive master plan developments. These developments are removing diversity, interaction and complexity from the borough. The project intervention is situated to the north of Elephant and Castle and aims to counteract the master plan by focusing interactive space instead of displacing it. Are developers the new entertainers? This question was asked by the head of development in Argent as a response to the reduction in engaging civic space. It underlines how the nature of development in London has changed from something satisfactory into something potentially sinister. Challenging this, I ask, can shared ownership be implemented without displacement? How do we counteract the overcuration of the city? And as a form of interaction, can conflict play a greater metropolitan role? So interactive space is what fills the city's live realm. As a unit, we are obsessed with the city. Spaces such as a street market, a prayer hall, an arrest, a football match, a car crash even. All of these are live interactions that make up the experience of city space. And we cannot give up on the city. Focusing interactive space is a continuing body of work that proposes for the translation of its complexity into an architectural and social intervention. What is the potential of creating an architectural focus? And what can be learned from drawing space as a series? The work manifests these speculations and is a project of addition, not demolition, at the Borough Triangle in Southwark, as you see here. The proposal expands between existing buildings on the site and at a larger scale between the viaduct and the boundaries and the borough road. So by adding space between structures, it negotiates between non-exclusive social groups, creating a shared public structure. And the geometry is layered, puncturing and disturbing the larger 150-metre long enclosure, creating a space at a scale akin to the turbine hall, only without the strict control mechanisms, avoiding singularity. The most radical power within our discipline is to negotiate for the multiplicity of space and users, to promote a diverse and shared territory, and to reverse the social and physical detachment between user groups that coexist on site. It expands between neighbouring institutions such as the Southwark Playhouse, Ministry of Sound, and Crown Court. The construct abstracts the 6-kilometre wide borough and identifies Elephant and Castle at the intersection between urban groups, national power, and borough scale development. In the GLA outlined opportunity area, shown here, this inner territory was sold to Delancey, who expect to profit over £140 million from the development. The borough is selling off areas under the guise of conflict into private hands. And from this July, Delancey has the right to eject anyone it considers an annoyance, as stated in the S106 legal agreement. And the Mayor of London identified that conflict is part and parcel of living in a city. However, the GLA has been, over the last decade, increasing social division by over-curation and antisocial development. Can we counteract conflict, displacement, and division by creating interaction, intensity, and engagement? I don't know why I use so much alliteration. I always trip myself up. So here, these are 3 eras of the Elephant and Castle shopping centre as a precedent. The photo on the left was taken 5 years ago when I was a first-year student at the AA, wide-eyed and fascinated by this hectic urban centre. The middle image was taken just 10 weeks ago and documents the centre's slow death by the gentrification bullet, waiting for its demolition in just 5 weeks' time. And the last image is the developer's render of a socially cleansed, characterless, and unrecognisable Elephant and Castle. Social strength comes from the capacity for disparate interactions to happen simultaneously. The intervention seeks to create a social focus, like an indoor street, that is ground level, therefore accessible, public, and diverse. So instead of fighting a development battle that was lost 10 years ago, the proposal is within the recent enterprise quarter, drawn and funded by Southwark Council, maintaining its existing group's intensity and interaction. And those of you that know me know that I have a very strong bias to all things northern. And to counteract the overcurated development to the south, it's created a series of layered spaces in the north of the kilometre that avoid singularity. And the proposal expands between these existing buildings. It's a project of addition, not demolition, adding 4 main layers to the site: a physical structure at ground level, relating to surrounding institutions, 3 civic courtyards, and projected image space. So the insertion reclaims the currently limited ground and is to be opened up for unbiased spaces of social interaction and engagement to overlay, like in a street condition. So here is a set of view drawings, and the film shows the layers of structure surrounding institutions, civic courtyards, and image spaces being turned on and off. So the views are experienced throughout the length of the building, interacting inside, on the street, and on the civic courtyards. The space strengthens diversity by combining different forms of social interaction. So the proposal can also be read as a series of spaces where multiple activities happen simultaneously. Crowds, markets, protests, events, conflicts, drunken flings, and other situations all animate the building, focusing interactive space consumed by the city. And by creating a linear structure punctured by different groups with civic spaces accessible at ground level, it inevitably intensifies interaction where in the past it has been muted. And in promoting different user groups to occupy the space simultaneously, it emphasizes the architectural and social gesture of shared ownership. And the 250-meter long focus 150 meters of which is enclosed, can adapt to a market, an event, conflict, and city space at the same time. Not only does this intensify these situations by layering, it also loosens their programmatic ties. And the intervention challenges the singular nature of other centres of focus in the borough, such as the Tate and the Globe, by not prescribing users or inhabitation. It contrasts the shard development by creating a horizontal complexity at street level, therefore accessible and non-exclusive. And at a civic scale, it does what the City Hall and GLA master plans fail to do by providing shared, open, and engaging public space. So sitting opposite Robert, the ex-member of the IRA who had planted bombs and has entrenched experience with division, we discussed, disputed, and disagreed about many things, but reached conclusion when we spoke of engagement as the most needed spatial outcome. And I asked these questions not only of myself as I enter the world of practice, but also of my friends, my colleagues, and anyone watching, how we can move together to counteract an architecture of exclusivity and division with one of interaction and engagement. So engaging public space is only secure when it is shared, and as soon as it is taken over by a singularity, it is lost. The multiplicity of this work facilitates civic integration by expanding out to its neighbouring groups, demanding critical re-engagement, warts and all. It is a timely reminder of the immense value in shared ground and social engagement. The city is confusing, it is full of conflict and it's full of complexity, but however ugly we see these traits to be, we cannot neglect them and their inherent potential. So learning from Belfast and Southwark, I believe focusing interactive space will play a greater role in counteracting the overcuration of the city. So until we meet again, thank you everyone, and thank you AA.
Thank you, Jake. Your animation reminded me of how beautiful a real table is.
I forgot what that table looked like, right?
Yeah. We move on to Lydia Liu's presentation from Diploma 18. Lydia, over to you.
Hi, everyone. My project Reinstating the Vernacular proposes a material strategy for affordable housing, specifically on rediscovering the ancient building technique of cob using clay and fibers, given that a new two-layered system called cobage is being developed. My interest in questioning the vernacular came from traveling around reclamation yards last year, when I realized that the English obsession with the look of tradition is what drives the reuse market. While in the 1800s, each village in Dorset had its own clay pit or quarry. Nowadays, only large industrial quarries remain. Cottages that look like they're built from structural stone are built of concrete blocks with stone cladding. Vernacular, rather than a process, has become to represent a product with an appearance. Rather than accepting the industrialized and inauthentic vernacular, can we reanimate its original meaning as self-built housing, using local materials for local needs and affordability? In Hook Park, clay as well as timber is abundant throughout the forest. As Kate, a cob builder, told us, buildings out of clay and fibers have an incredibly low embodied energy and great environmental qualities. However, it is still a niche practice in the UK, since it is very specific and laborious to build, requiring a good hat and boots for structural stability and to prevent condensation problems, and hence only for knowledgeable building owners that understand and will engage in the maintenance work. Also, building with clay is very unstandardized. On the site of Hook Park alone, you can find 2 types of clay, and each type has its own required ratios of water and fiber to create a structurally stable mix. It's also varying the cobages, an interregional project funded by the EU. By using the 2 layers, optimizing the structural and thermal performance of cob, it is the first cob building technique to comply with UK building regulations. After multiple mixes and tests that I had seen at their symposium, their final product is a 50 centimeter thick wall with different ratios of hemp straw and hemp shift serving as insulation as well as reinforcement. Cobage is a great upgrade from traditional cob because for the first time, it can be prefabricated and upscaled in production. Unlike many contemporary rammed earth buildings, it doesn't use any cement for stabilization. The two-layered formwork can also be varied to create different corner situations and unique window details specific to monolithic earth construction. And still, there are yet to be buildings built with cobage. I chose to explore the material's application for affordable housing for the town of Bridport, 20 minutes away from Hook Park, where the picturesque local vernacular has attracted many second home buyers, creating a housing crisis for the local people. Bridport has an aging population and the percentage of second homes are expected to increase. There are multiple organizations working on bringing in more local jobs by incorporating local materials in housing production, such as Assemble's proposition from 2019, focusing on the use of timber frames and hemp insulation. While cob housing is still considered a niche product, since it is traditionally self-built. But now with cobage, it is possible to build with cob on an industrial scale. Nevertheless, since the material can be locally extracted and processed, thanks to the flying factory, a right balance between machine and labor can provide employment for local communities and could help to reverse rural-urban migration. Bridport Co-housing is one of such communities, developed by the local community land trust to create 53 affordable homes, of which the 9 self-built plots are the scope of my project, and the adjacent land reserved for building workshops. Traditional self-build in the UK has many strict guidelines in order to moderate each homeowner's individual desires to create a coherent whole. Instead of self-build as an individual endeavor, combining efforts in a communal self-build project can create a generous development with shared spaces, such as the Lilac development in Leeds, the first housing development in the UK to use an on-site flying factory for the prefabrication of straw bale panels, and also the first to implement the mutual home ownership scheme, which enables truly affordable housing because the monthly rent is based on their income rather than market prices. Inheriting the qualities of Lilac, it is an assisted self-build framework that can enable house building in cobage. With training from experts and rented machinery, the assisted self-build framework takes place in a temporary flying factory on site, placing itself between a self-build project and an industrial production in the traditional off-site factory. Transforming the existing site, the community will build 20 co-housing and private homes, with the land adjacent allocated for clay extraction in the flying factory. The homes will require 3,000 cubic meters of clay, equivalent to 10 25-meter swimming pools, a massive amount, but still available and accessible on site. After extraction, the clay pit will be landscaped into a 2-meter deep lake in a nature reserve. The hemp is sourced from local farms in Bridport, which has also been historically known for its hemp farming and rope making industry. And though the local hemp farms have all closed, they can be revived for cobage production. The raw materials are then brought to the flying factory where they are processed by the resident community. Armed with the tools and skills to create the perfect cob mix, they can organize themselves in a schedule to build the cobage blocks. The size of the blocks are designed in an optimum proportion for the structural cohesion of cob and for the handling on a pallet truck and a small crane. From co-housing to 2-bed homes, the housing form is designed with the qualities of the material and the architecture of sharing in mind. Sharing their boundary walls reduces the labor in building, while sharing the central courtyards, being enveloped in thick cob walls, provide inertia against temperature fluctuations in the open space. There are 3 housing types, spread over 1 and 2 stories. In the co-housing block, there is a communal kitchen with a long dining table, and bedrooms that have timber-framed hemp partitions, a thatched roof, and a window looking into the communal courtyard, in which the residents have come together to build a cob oven and a complete open kitchen with niches for cooking, seating, and shelving. Thanks to the economies and ethos of a self-build project that reduces costs from outsourcing construction, Additional programs that would have been luxurious and inaccessible for individual low-cost houses are now made possible at the community scale. With cob walls and hemp partitions, the housing form is also designed for adaptations and extensions. To extend a cob wall, you simply have to wet the surface and attach another block with the same cob mix as mortar. The residents can also customize various details from window frames to materials for the plinth. And lastly, the most luxurious extension is the communal bathroom. With the wet areas covered with a waterproof Tadilite plaster, pipes hidden in the thick wall for water heat recovery, as well as pockets in the walls for seating and shelving. The architecture of the development is embedded with a sense of generosity and flexibility for the growing and shrinking needs of families over time, seeing the laborious building process of cob not as a risk, but as an opportunity for self-organization and resilience. Cob will also gradually erode, and just like all other buildings, require maintenance. Every few years, the community will engage in the ritual of repatching day, patching up holes in the walls using clay dug from below the communal garden. A self-built home is naturally embedded with a sense of ownership and emotional value that incentivizes housing as a long-term process, from sourcing raw materials to the communal build program, to the aftercare and maintenance of the home. Using all natural materials from clay, hemp, and thatch, the houses can return to the ground without pollution. And so to conclude, my project is about rediscovering the potential of clay construction, a material that is universally found and has virtually zero embodied energy, but has never been widely used in the West since modernity. But crucially, as well as having exciting physical properties, my project argues that cobage is a material that has radical social and economic potential too. Affordable housing can be approached from a material strategy, combining the abundance and cheapness of clay and hemp with a communal self-built framework, the efficiencies of the flying factory, and the inherent economies of co-housing. And perhaps most importantly, the self-built cobage framework offers a far deeper sense of ownership and participation than housing typically delivered by a developer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Turning over to Jack Isles, Diploma 4. Over to you, Jack.
Thanks, Mark. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Smashing. Okay. Hi, I'm Jack. I'm going to be presenting my work today from Diploma 4. Multiple participants. Sorry, one sec. Can you see that screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. I'll be presenting my work today entitled Atmospheric Sensitivities Measuring the Indian Ocean Dipole. The project seeks to demonstrate through remote sensing how the complex atmospheric structures which drive our climate can be reimagined as spaces of architectural negotiation and operation. Throughout history, depictions of the atmospheric have been long synonymous with notions of the heavenly and the divine, as a space beyond the realm of human influence. However, developments in meteorology at the turn of the 19th century began to shape a very different notion. The insurgence of the atmosphere's depiction across agrarian landscapes marked the beginning of an era dedicated to its measurement and cast in its shadow. Whilst technological advancements furthered its occupation, the atmosphere has emerged as an entity at the forefront of our territorial imagination, with minute changes in its material composition, mobilizing geopolitical accords and economic transformations at an unprecedented scale. Yet it is in the functionality of sovereign and juridical space that the atmosphere has posed its greatest conceptual problem.
Jack,
challenging notion.
But your slides are not advancing, Jack. We just want to make sure we see your.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, what's happening there?
Well, let's just reload and try.
What can you see now?
Different now. Yeah.
Are they changing?
Yes.
Brilliant. If you don't mind, I'll start from the start again if you haven't seen.
All right.
So the project seeks to demonstrate through remote sensing how the complex atmospheric structures which drive our climate can be reimagined as spaces of architectural negotiation and operation. Throughout history, depictions of the atmospheric have long been synonymous with notions of the heavenly and the divine as a space beyond the realm of human influence. However, developments in meteorology at the turn of the 19th century began to shape a very different notion. The insurgence of the atmosphere's depiction across agrarian landscapes marked the beginning of an era dedicated to its measurement and casting its shadow. Whilst technological advancements furthered its occupation, the atmosphere has emerged as an entity at the forefront of our territorial imagination, with minute changes in its material composition, mobilizing geopolitical accords and economic transformations at an unprecedented scale. Yet it is in the functionality of sovereign and juridical space that the atmosphere has posed its greatest conceptual problem. Challenging notions of enclosure and stability, an image of the Earth as you see it here, the space between sea level and the continental shelf, the space in which we largely conceive the modern world. A fissure within this mode of perception, and indeed the future credibility of this model, occurred in 2019 through the interrelation of two atmospheric events at opposing poles of the Indian Ocean. Fires across Australia and floods along Africa's eastern coast became visceral registers of an atmospheric feedback loop known as the Indian Ocean Dipole, which during 2019 entered one of its most unstable phases on record. While central to local climate variability, the Indian Ocean Dipole eludes representation. Since its discovery in 1999, it has existed in the emergent realm of Earth system science, dispersed in the fragments of charts and graphs. Hence, we need to ask how an architectural intervention into an otherwise scientific understanding of the dipole can move towards its conception as a space of architectural operation. This is an animation of all the precipitation across the Indian Ocean in 2019. The changing value to the right of the screen shows the Indian Ocean Dipole Index, and to the left, the time of its measurement. The index quantifies a scientific understanding of the dipole by measuring fluctuations of oceanic temperatures in an attempt to calibrate exactly what you see here, a constantly changing amorphous space of atmospheric transformation. Whilst this index is invaluable, it's really through the illustration of precipitation itself that we become sensitive to the dipole's role in the distribution of material, energy, and resources. Visualizing the operation of a transcontinental watershed so critical to life across the Indian Ocean. However, it's at the Earth's surface where we begin to understand how the dipole's flows start to constitute spaces of architectural interaction. The images to follow capture the dipole's activity as seen at its opposing poles. To the left screen, satellite data showing riverbeds across Africa's eastern coast, and to the right, the Murray-Darling Basin to the east of Australia. These images measure the presence of water or wetness, in many cases the byproduct of precipitation, over the 3 years between 2017 and 2019, during the dipole's transition into its most recent positive phase. Red indicates the earliest period and blue the latest. The temporal change to the left shows the explosion of Kenya's Tana River in 2019. And to the right, the simultaneous contraction of the Murray River's irrigational network, both registered here in the presence and absence of color blue. The contrast of these images begins to elucidate the push and pull of the dipole and the interrelation of otherwise disparate climatological events as integral parts of one homogeneous, if not chaotic, system. Whilst these images begin to describe the influence the dipole has upon the lithosphere, they do not account for the conception of these influences as processes of design in themselves. The means through which anthropogenic practices influence the dipole occur largely within the atmosphere, and even more acutely within the troposphere, the lower strata of the atmosphere up to 10 kilometers above sea level. This animation, gathered from the recently launched Sentinel-5P data, shows the entire tropospheric presence of nitrogen dioxide to the left and aerosols to the right during 2019. Products of biomass burning, fuel expenditure, and desertification, both compounds provide a lens through which we can begin to image the dipole as a space of not only occupation, but of architectural influence. In order to begin to interpret this data, we need to slow it down. This animation shows the temporal transition of monthly mean calculations across 2019, with the presence of aerosols registered as white and nitrogen dioxide as blue. It is through these images that we're able to perceive our interactions with the dipole as one of planetary influence. Minor and temporal displacements in the troposphere, traces of bushfires and networks of logistical trade are seen here, beginning to be interlaced with the respiratory mechanisms of the Earth's system. Furthermore, it is through this data that we are able to correlate the atmospheric transformations that influence the dipole with contemporary and even ancient architectural practices, of which the following studies will attempt to demonstrate. Nitrogen dioxide pockets over the Straits of Malacca accumulate around the world's busiest shipping channel. This reading, taken above the straits, registers the atmospheric imprint of over 20 years of urban growth, shown here in the multi-temporal expansion of the ports, Kuala Lumpur and Singapore, with red demarcating the oldest date and blue the newest. Whilst urban networks typically embody ideas of atmospheric degradation, the presence of Singapore and Kuala Lumpur are dwarfed by agricultural practices across the strait on the island of Borneo, shown here beneath a plume of aerosols during September of 2016. These aerosols are a byproduct of peat burning used for land clearances associated with palm oil production, visible here in the angular stratification of vegetational changes in the forest over the last 20 years. Networks of nitrogen dioxide bubbles punctuate the skies over eastern India, adjacent to the Bay of Bengal. Each bubble to the left lingers over coal mines, some of which have been in production for over 100 years. Through the oxidization and unfurling of the Earth's surface, visible here at the Singrauli mine, we can understand the role architectural practices play in mitigating the relationship between the atmospheric and the geological, with a coalition of current atmospheric data and more historical satellite readings providing the access to rethink not only future interactions with the dipole, but that of our past. However, an analysis of the troposphere can also tell us things in real time. The calibration of this possibility emerged during the early stages of the coronavirus outbreak. The images you see here show nitrogen dioxide concentrations during March 2019 to the left and 2020 to the right over Delhi, Shenzhen, and Wuhan. Each change in pixel value, shown as gradients of the color blue, describe radical and intricate changes to the material composition of the lockdown. In this way, Sentinel-5P data provides the means of sensing complex political, economic, and even bacterial changes through the atmosphere, which until only recently was speculation at such a scale. However, it's really through the insurgence and popularity of these data sets within the media that demonstrate their capacity for negotiating the architectural interactions that constitute the Indian Ocean dipole. This diagram shows the data sets used in the presentation of the dipole you've just seen. Each data set is marked in white, placed according to the altitude of its measurement, with the temporal periods of observation marked according to their type as rectangles along the y-axis. It's really through this methodology or the coalition of these data sets that we can begin to translate the Indian Ocean Dipole Index into a spatial edifice, one which through these images we gain the sensitivity and agency to act within. This represents a crucial step in moving away from a solely abstract, scientific, or numeric understanding of the structures which underpin climatological change, and instead towards their conception as a complex space of architectural interaction and agency. It is this process of engagement with the atmosphere's complex structures through which we can imagine an Earth beyond the vectors of the sovereign or the terrestrial, a process of engagement crucial for the conception of a truly sustainable climate peace. Thank you very much for listening.
Yoo-hoo!
Thank you, Jack. Nice. We're going to turn now to Chris Kokorov's presentation from Diploma 1. He's posted his YouTube link in the chat for everyone. So on to Chris K.
Hi, I'm Chris, and this is my project Vertical Asclepians, reinstalling an architecture of public care. And if you can just set the playback quality to the maximum, that'll be greatly appreciated. See you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chris.
When we think about the architecture of public health infrastructure in Britain, we think about hospitals, walk-in surgeries, and recovery centres. Typologies which all facilitate the vital treatment of post-diagnosis trauma. As a result of underfunding and increasing pressure from the pandemic, the public health sector has expressed the need for a more sustainable healthcare plan that could mediate issues related to daily mental health and chronic disease early on, alleviating the stress on patient treatment. This project is an addition to the existing infrastructure of national health services that is based on population densities and administrative borders, and takes shape as a citywide network of public health sanctuaries, named Asclepian after the ancient Greek healing towns. These spaces would find their home in decommissioned tower blocks, earmarked for demolition or redevelopment. This way, the Asclepians become highly visible, inviting beacons, imposing the significance and dignity of public care in the city. They elevate the visitor away from the bustling street, inviting them to bathe, rest, practice gardening, exchange gossip and cooking tips, and participate in more informal encounters and spontaneous ways of using the spaces for the purposes of self-care. Historically, health crises have imposed infrastructural change on urban space in Britain, from the introduction of parks, waterworks and washhouses to the first public hospitals. Today, with the burgeoning threat of a post-pandemic mental health crisis and other preceding urban-induced ailments, a new infrastructural strategy for public care is required. The Department of Health and Social Care acknowledged the need for such an infrastructural change before the pandemic, and has subsequently introduced plans for the construction of health campuses and healthy new towns outside of big city areas. This project, however, is concerned with the existing context of the city, where the population density is high, space and its public ownership are limited, and where health and leisure facilities are becoming more socially exclusive through privatization and the industrialization of wellness. In their spirit, the vertical Asclepians aim to challenge these commercial conceptions of wellness that often culminate in unrealistic body ideals or simply the absence of illness. With the spatial organization of a range of program-specific and more open spaces, the building invites its visitor to freely seek the experience they need that day.
I believe there's something, but what? You know.
Such ideas of infrastructures of care trace back to the endeavors of the ancient Greeks and Persians. The Greeks built over 300 public health sanctuaries, where visitors were administered sleep therapy, bathing, theater, and walks in the nature to treat both physical and mental health of regular citizens. Similarly, Bimaristans were a network of early Islamic institutions that served as a place where people could indiscriminately go for medical treatment and recovery care. Like the Asclepians, their architecture utilized color, light, and natural elements to create an atmosphere of comfort and beauty for the visitor. Most importantly, the ethos of these institutions was for them to be a public, infrastructural endeavor administered across the territory. Similar ideas were again revisited by the post-war Finnish government in the 1950s, when it orchestrated a political reform with the aim to elevate the level of public health by constructing a nationwide network of municipal swimming centers. These halls were to be equipped with extensive bathing facilities, saunas, and cafeterias for social interaction as well as communal spaces for hire. The result was a new typology, which put human well-being and therapy at the forefront of social progress, and later developed from a public service into a cultural institution. 80% of the halls are still run by the Finnish state, keeping the facilities accessible to everyone. Vertical Asclepians aim to do precisely that, to install a piece of infrastructure which will democratize self-care through communal engagement across social backgrounds. Their architecture consists of enclosed spaces that house specific programs such as changing rooms, bathing, sleeping, cooking, and gardens that sit between the ceramic-lined arteries. In the building process that involves local manufacturers and contractors, new enclosed spaces are carved out of the concrete structure. They are lined with a hollow ceramic cladding system that references the Roman box flue tiles, which were used to heat bathhouses in the northern parts of the empire. These new tiles are easily manufactured by extruding clay into hollow shapes that can be clad onto a structural timber frame to animate the concrete skeleton by providing services like water, electricity, and air exchange into its insides. The organic vocabulary of materials, like clay and timber, should help to create a relationship between the building and the user, where the user feels comfortable and relaxed. Through the adaptive reuse of decommissioned towers across London, vertical Asclepians provide a network of buildings where local communities may ground new communal or individual routines that encourage social crossover and participation in self-care across neighbourhoods.
The first time I ever come up here was from the boxing club. So in the summer we used to come up here, run up here for the night and in the evening, have a swim, then go back to the gym.
One of the aspects of birdwatching that's always absolutely intrigued me is migration. Now this often entails standing out somewhere, not looking at the trees but looking up. And there's no better place in London than these towers to be up at the same height as many of these migratory birds are travelling.
Rachel will get her hair braided, I'll spoil it. One side be looking like Dumb King down it. Ribs in the oven, catch a whiff. Heartless crew on mission, catch a crisp biscuit. Whoa. Ice cream van, yeah, chase it down. Screwball 99, flake it out.
Let me use this home as an example of what could be possible, combining hip-hop, the culture of hip-hop, all the elements with gardening to make it more relevant, make it culturally accessible, make it fun, make it engaging.
Septemberton's locked up, but we don't talk about it. Lee and Karis don't speak and things ain't cool with Aaron. But amongst all the bullshit, it's love though. You gotta love London in the sun, bro. You done know.
The 19th century and the modernist era saw an emergence of architecture that promoted clinical design as a response to urban disease like tuberculosis, and held hygiene as the means for the survival of the city. Taking care of the daily mental health of urban populations is the hygiene of the 21st century. Post-pandemic, post-Brexit Britain is likely to see a rise in mental health problems, but simultaneously a refreshed and fortified appreciation for public healthcare services and social care. There is an urgency and a momentum behind driving sustainable environmental policy, but it is equally important to derive sustainable social and cultural policy with regards to daily human life and health in the city. Providing people with a space where they can find alternative routines and perhaps a feeling of belonging in a time of uncertainty is purposeful. The project challenges the Healthy New Towns policy of the Department of Health and Social Care and offers a counter-proposal that is embedded into the existing urban infrastructure and the wider historic context of such projects. Distancing itself from the socially exclusive wellness industry and alternative health trends, this project believes in the inherent ability of public architecture to democratize communal care through social engagement, therapeutic services, and spatial qualities that are not characteristic of the average domestic space in the city. At the project's heart sits the ambition to reinstall an architecture of public care and to provide a space for new community cultures to evolve. Infrastructure and think about hospitals, walk and serve.
Thanks everyone.
Abhinav, James, please. Diploma 2.
Hi everyone. Thank you all for being here. My project is called The Secret Neverland, a vessel for our collective fictions. Please follow me in the link provided in the chat, the presentation, please. Thank you very much.
हम सब कहानियों की दुनिया से हैं, जहाँ हमारी कहानियाँ स्मारकों, इमारतों और शहरों में बसती हैं। आज हमारी कहानियाँ हमारे शहरों में सुरक्षित नहीं रही और शायद हमारे शहर हमारे नहीं रहे। अब हमारी कहानियाँ बेघर हैं। Welcome to the sacred Neverland. By exploring collective storytelling in Varanasi, India, through the lens of mythology, religion, and politics, the sacred Neverland questions the role of sacred spaces in constructing our collective fictions and speculates the role virtual civic architecture will play in its future. Stories, myths, folklores have served as a social charter in the functioning and organization of communities and cultures. Humans understand and relate to their surroundings through stories. They form the basis of our learning as we build cognitive structures through narratives. As stories were passed on across centuries in different mediums, they played an important role in the functioning of society. Evolved narratives, such as structured mythologies, were distilled into social systems that are still relevant today, such as religion. Digital immersive media expanded storytelling into new realms, where it was organizing and bringing together new forms of communities and gatherings, while facilitating individuals to exercise agency and participate proactively in ever-evolving narratives. What has remained common in both historic and contemporary forms of storytelling is how spaces and architecture have acted as a vessel to record, pass on, perform, orchestrate, and enable them. I define civic space as a vessel of our collective fictions and a stage for storytelling that facilitates the sharing and exchange of social narratives. It is a sacred social construction built with the collective actions of all actors, participants, agents, where historical, social, and political layers come together. For many centuries, sacred spaces have served as those vessels, and sacral architecture is where contemporary discourse words such as community, participation, and publicness perpetually remain relevant. The project speculates that the very origin of civic spaces was in the form of sacred spaces that served as a sanctuary and a safe meeting house for the local community. It often served as a focal point of all gatherings and socio-political life, much before the distinction between the state and religion. This is the Golden Temple in Amritsar, India, which is not just contained to the Sikh community. It is a space where people of different faith and religion come together. The main sacred space is separated by holy water, while the peripheral spaces are used for community living and eating. The many thresholds between the city and the temple deliver a linear narrative, recognizing the separation as you journey from the profane to the sacred. However, what happens when the entire city becomes a vessel? Is it still sacred, or is it profane? Welcome to Varanasi, India. In Varanasi, a sacred Indian city, mythological beliefs are the foundation of urban form and politics. It is a religious pilgrimage with a diverse population of Hindus, Buddhists, and Muslims, where every day the city celebrates the holy communion of land and river. Situated along the banks of River Ganges, the city's embankment renders its social life and unifies the city. Playing a crucial role, architecture and urban form orients public action and procession. The celebrations and rituals, which are manifestations of a myth, seen through acts like bathing, cremation, praying, take place on a continuous performative landscape. The spatial grammar of stepwells define a movement and attitude towards the holy river. The steps are punctuated with various landings and terraces, suggesting a slow and sacred ascent and descent, glorifying the river in your every movement. However, what happens to our stories when the vessel gets distorted? Where do our fictions go? Since the city's sacredness epitomizes its character, it has been a battleground for religious and identity politics for centuries. Its landscape has undergone cultural cleansing and rebuilding to suit different political agendas. Though it has been resilient in rebuilding itself every time, there will come a time when it can't anymore. Today, the landscape of the city and the country at large is at a risk of becoming saturated by a static display and dominance of a Hindu institution as a result of the political establishment. This is the part of the city that has been demolished, displacing thousands of homes and temples, so that the story of Varanasi can once again be rewritten. The civic ambition of this project emerges from the status quo. The project asks how sacredness of a space as a civic typology and as a spatial condition can gain a new meaning in the immersive internet. where sacred in architecture can be secularized and take on a new role through pluralistic storytelling and ritualization of social life. The project speculates the future it is set in, where the city has become a part of the immersive internet, and immersive media and technology has pervaded all aspects of city life. Today, in 2050, the new political establishment is planning to build the sacred space as part of the immersive internet to restore the stories that were lost and removed in the past. The Neverland will be constructed as physical sites with the same footprint around the country that operate locally and globally. The platform exists as a pedestal and as a stage to ground the new temple of Varanasi. Its minimal yet critical structure mediates between the physical and the virtual to act as a sensory map for your body. The ground is the only thing that our bodies share, therefore becomes an important factor in orienting and forming collective body and social behavior in the virtual civic space. Upon stepping on the platform, the virtual comes alive. सबसे पहले मंदिर बनारस में बनेगा। इसके अलावा भारत की राजधानी दिल्ली में और पूर्व भारत के नागालैंड में भी, यहाँ तक कि थार के रेगिस्तान में भी बनाया गया था, जो पाकिस्तान और भारत में बटा हुआ है। दरअसल ये एक ही मंदिर है जो अलग अलग हिस्सों से बनेगा। The edges of the Neverland slowly start to mirror the bustle of the community, where it becomes a small part of the everyday social. The Temple of Stories is the focal point and the starting point of the Neverland, where a central figure becomes the symbol of the stories of the community. It grows as stories accumulate, symbolizing and representing intangible aspects of this new spatial interface. As people start to gather, the familiarity starts to build with the space. The mise-en-scène becomes the movement of people in the way they gather and organize themselves around steps, slopes, and staged emptiness. The notion of interior and exterior is not the same anymore. As you occupy exterior space in one reality, you're enclosed in the other. While the symmetry creates orientation and awareness of the immediate space, the external world is far from familiar, as the city has now disappeared. There's a sense of being lost in this Neverland with little sign of the physical world, every space and moment expressing its own rhythm in which one can find intimate moments of peace and wholeness. मैं हमेशा अपने आप को ये नई दुनिया की स्थिरता में खो देता हूँ, जहाँ मेरे विचारों को जगह मिलती है और मुझे सुकून। ये दुनिया हर रोज़ रूप रंग बदलती है, लेकिन इसका आकाश वही रहता है। इधर ही किसी कोने में कोई पंचतंत्र की कहानियाँ सुन रहा है, तो कोई अकबर की। इधर ही किसी कोने में एक साधु अपनी ही कहानियाँ गढ़ रहा है। यहाँ ऐतिहासिक और काल्पनिक कहानियाँ एक साथ रहती हैं, जो इस जगह को कभी रहस्यमय और कभी विचित्र बना देती हैं। Generating its own microcosms, every room creates its own sociality. In this room, the subjective reality morphs into singular, overarching consciousness, where stories can be translated into spatial practices and virtual attributes, allowing for spectators and actors to participate in the unfolding of the new ritualization of their shared sacred space. पहले तो ये मंदिर अपने आसपास के समाज के सहायक के लिए बना था। कुछ साल बाद इन सबको जोड़ दिया गया, जहाँ अलग अलग जगह से लोग इन दरवाज़ों से एक छत के नीचे आ सकते थे, अपनी अपनी कहानियाँ और रिवाज लेकर और दूसरों की कहानियाँ सुनने, जहाँ संस्कृति, समाज और कहानियों ने अपना ही संसार बना लिया था। The collective footprints create a dizzying overlay with everyone stretching the fabric of the space. This blurring of individual expression and identity resists representation, where every narrative is malleable and temporary, all projecting themselves onto the empty architecture. Vulnerable to commercial and political forces and considerably reliant on ephemeral layers, the sacred Neverland abides by a series of codes that mediate between the many coexisting identities. However, I fear what the loss of expression would mean for such a place. The balancing between human and artificial agency in the constant shaping of its code is the civic challenge that we all, as a global community, must continually face.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinav. Thanks very much. We have one more presentation before we will take a break, and I'll make sure we do have a break. I'd like to ask Hafiza Noor to present from Diploma 14. Hafiza, on to you.
Hi. Let's share my screen. Swap it.
Looks good.
Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Hafiza, and my project is entitled Gotong Royong, an autonomous floating settlement in Brunei. I chose to end my diploma with a personal project that interrogates water settlements. Oh, sorry, is it the presentation slide?
Yes.
Oh, no, okay, sorry. Sorry. I chose to end my diploma with a personal project that interrogates water settlements because they have been victims of romanticization and exclusion from the discourse of urbanization. They have been eclipsed by the colonial canon of the gridded settlement of dry land. The need to trace boundary lines on the landscape was a tool of control to demand cultures to be legible to colonialist conventions. Therefore, the project decolonizes the act and narrative of settling, challenges ownership by replacing it with the notion of possession, and advocates the role of the architect as an advisor of systems rather than a designer of specifics. The project is a manual for a floating settlement to undermine the property where the architect consults, manages, and cares for the river. The title Gotong Royong is a Malay word. It is a conception of a social ethos. That means cooperation by members of a community to achieve a common goal. The closest English translation to this is the idea of reciprocity or mutual aid. This questioning of ownership was prevalent when I investigated 3 water settlements. They offered an alternative lens to perceive property against our predetermined conventions of dry land. You will see how these case studies counteract these notions, concluding water as res omnium, the underlying principle to my proposal to strive for a more equitable society. Going through my first case study in Gonvi in Benin. This is Africa's largest town on stilts with almost 20,000 residents. It was built by a tribe in the 17th century after being pursued by Portuguese slavers. Religious beliefs prevented fighting on the sacred lake. The name Gonvi literally translates to safe at last. For them, the act of building on water represented freedom. The second case study is the Mesopotamian marshlands in Iraq. Believed to be the site of Garden of Eden and the Great Flood, it has been home to human communities for more than 5,000 years. The community is made up of minorities who sought refuge in these marshes, living on floating reed houses. During the 1991 uprising in Iraq under Saddam Hussein's regime, the inhabitants were persecuted for being opposed to the government. He ordered the wetlands to be drained, displacing thousands and killing hundreds. This is a really incredible case study because it shows how how the state manipulated water to dispossess the community of their livelihood. And the last case study is Kampung Air in Brunei, a country that originated from a settlement on stilts, which later moved onto land only in 1905. This landward migration was catalyzed by the first British resident, but this was unsuccessful. As you can see here, 30,000 Bruneians still live in Kampung Air. A significant feature common between these 3 is their egalitarian way of life over the water guarantees abundant resources without agriculture, which resisted enclosure and subdivision. Thus, water challenges the foundational legal tenets of territorial sovereignty. Traditional Roman laws debated who water belonged to. I argue water as res omnium. things belong to everyone, not subject to appropriation. Settling on water has always meant throughout history this search for forms of governmentality based on local autonomies. Gonvi shows how the lake lent itself as a natural barrier against enemies. The Mesopotamian marshlands showed how state engineered the landscape to dispossess a marginalized community. And Kampung Ayer exemplifies a culture that has rejected Western conformity. Despite their seeming isolation as islands, each has an interesting relationship with the state. Water settlements become these autonomous communities where the ideology of property disintegrates. Influenced by these ideas, my project interrogates this unresolved conflict between state planning and self-determination of communities. By proposing to maximize residents' autonomy whilst utilizing state resources. The last case study, Kampung Ayer in Brunei, is the site of the project, where the verandas are the most important spatial feature at the threshold of private and public use as a place of leisure, crafts, and cooking. They produce a kind of veranda urbanism of proximities that does not exist on land. This man built this house himself and has lived here for 26 years. These houses were traditionally built in a gotong royong ethos of communal spirit, an essential custom in Malay culture. In contrast, in 1982, a planning law prohibited self-building to avoid fires, enabling the state to become involved. Their projects follow a regimented grid and houses lack identity. As we can see, Brunei as a welfare state has a strong presence in the population. This tension is where the project lies, where the architect here becomes the mediator. The proposal's infrastructure is provided by the state, including the primary walkways and services. The framework of the civic nodes initially serve as a communal workshop and then temporary space for the inhabitants, to then self-build their houses. The workshop sheds are transferred to the community into a market, a mosque, a community, and a school. Amplifying the veranda urbanism, commoning back verandas are then built and shared between houses according to kinship ties. Analyzing typologies of water structures, the project will employ the technology of flotation for the first time in Kampung Ayer to minimize disturbance to the soil bed. This completely reorganizes the section and disrupts the deep-rooted notion of property being fixed to the ground. The site of the project is northeast of the vast water complex, which was the site of fire just a few months ago in January. The plan shows the implementation of a framework that can be modified with unprescriptive internal plans. With the most important part of the project are these shared verandas that foster a new form of commoning. Placed on the site, you can see the tensions of the pile elements and the flotation exemplify the reciprocity between state and inhabitants. This means the flexibility of not just verandas, but also houses based on changing kinships, becoming a tool to undermine the rigidity of property. Typologies of civic nodes have multiple functions through collective building. And through phases of construction, we can see that the proposal takes just over a year to complete. A manual explains these principles of building, which merges prefabrication method and carpentry. I really need to emphasize here that the role of the architect is not to design houses, but to advise on loose systems of construction that can be adjusted by inhabitants. The internal layout and cladding are left to the residents' control. Communal verandas serve as places of commoning, a new typological innovation of Kampung Ayer. The proposal also aims to foster solidarity through cleaning, with a litter technology integrated into the construction of each house. Positioned at entrances, which places a collective responsibility to care for the river. Different hierarchies of commoning permeates into daily life. The call of prayer invites inhabitants to the central node. Yusuf arrives at the front veranda to go for an event at the back, where his cousin is celebrating a birthday. Nearby, Osman is boat making in his workshop, while his wife is drying out some prawn crackers in the sun. This veranda becomes a new versatile space for collective use. To summarize, having water as the tabula rasa is symbolic against the crystallization of property. The finality of property lines as a means to control territory is replaced with the fluidity of water as spaces of negotiation. This manifests in thresholds of proximity, both physically and socially. The project is not a romantic reading of water settlements, rather a polemic on the status quo of urbanization on land, a byproduct of colonialism. And on a broader scale, questions what is our duty to the state? How can we foster governance based on local autonomies? While res omnium is a broader concept of commons in ideology, gotong royong is a localized principle of sociality in practice. This unconventional method of building allows communities to settle where the notion of possession replaces property, where property invites exploitation, possession guarantees care. We need to liberate ourselves from the pervasive apparatus of property that has reduced existence into a commodity. I urge for a paradigm shift in viewing the ecological landscape not as a place that belongs to us, but as a place where we belong to. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafizad.
Thank you.
Great presentation. And I'd like to say we're going to have a proper 30-minute break now. I think people need to stretch their legs, get some lunch. I have to walk a dog. And so we'll have the next presentation from Henry Zhao at 3:30. Let's call it 3:40, please. And we'll see each other then, all right? Proper break. See you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, for part 3 of our honors presentations. I hope you all had a productive break. We have a third of our presentation still to go this afternoon, and we're going to kick off with Henry Yao from Diploma Unit 5. You all ready, Henry?
Yeah, hi, I'm ready.
Very good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm in Diploma 5, so Umberto and Andrea's unit focused on the primary city element of the theatre, so I'm just going to try and share my presentation with everyone. So hopefully the sound all works. Okay. This diploma unit is focused on the study of the theatre, both as an architectural and urban typology, and as a unique art form that operates in a world of illusion. My project poses the question of how to make a spectacle of the everyday. I was drawn to Paris as it's an incredibly vibrant and naturally voyeuristic city that echoes a piece of theatre, and have titled the project Mise en scène quotidienne, framing the idea of a meeting of life with theatre while trying to explore new limits of domesticity. The city itself is theatrically themed, and Haussmann's bold boulevards focus on linking key views to monuments, and aligned with facades that are composed like the decor of a stage. But the railway cuts of the same period are left exposed and unfinished, despite having the highest visual exposure to traffic in and out of the city. These sunken routes were later crossed by an elevated metro line, and at the intersection of the two, and at the end of a boulevard, sits quite an unremarkable urban block that has an incredible untapped theatrical potential. From the boulevard, the site has traditional decorative elements, but faces unfinished and blank edges that frame a view of Sacré-Cœur in the distance. In contrast, the rail-facing side is run down and disused, though there is a lot of porosity between the buildings that gives potential to multiple areas of development. The buildings range from the pre-1800s to the late 2000s, and the block itself is a history of Paris through the ages. My main desire was to open up the inaccessible rail side, and to begin to link and revitalize this rich collection of fragments within. From studying the composition of contemporary theatres, I have found that all contain two very clearly defined networks, of public in grey, and actor in white space. The public journeys through the foyer to the bar, through corridors, and ends in the viewing area to see the actors perform on a clearly distinct stage. Instead, I place the city as the actor. With the context becoming the acting space, I began to look at different degrees of public intervention to bridge the relationship of viewer and actor, from clearly defined to more blurred experiences. This toolkit of responses takes the theatre from one place to many places. The birth of French theatre was in refitted buildings and adapted halls, like the Theatre de Marais or Palais Royal, and this approach continues that tradition by reusing and renovating the buildings of a block. Working into the existing conditions, I created a series of prosceniums along the railway that framed the everyday life of several blocks. This opened up a theatrical promenade, linking key theatre spaces of a restaurant, large hall, and workshop, and that monumentality responds to the scale, speed, and noise of the rail infrastructure. The end result is a plug-in jigsaw piece that completes the site in response to its density. But I wanted to dismantle this further, and to establish the moments that the theatre is an institution, versus when the theatre could become everywhere. So for inspiration, I looked to plays and films and novels that transform spaces of the everyday, from the romance and tension of the street, to the loneliness and mystery of hotel rooms, to murder within the home, to domestic claustrophobia, and crime and passion within restaurants, and to the chronicles of office life. So while the traditional theatre might peak at its matinee and evening performance, by taking these new spaces as new stages, activity is prolonged to 24 hours. Looking back to the totality of the urban block, I wanted to propose a theatre that developed over time. So from the initial stage of an open street, linking more conventional forms, and creating an attraction along the railway, this theatre could become something that branched out deeper into the block, into more eccentric spaces, a stacked theatre fitting into an existing tower block. with surrounding administrative offices that look back internally, into living areas, studios and rehearsal rooms for actors that inhabit the block, and theatrical promenades that begin to blend movement, living and labour into the world of the stage, with the final result being a programme fragmented across the block, with a gradient of theatricality from controlled rooms to more parasitic entities that feed on daily activity. This opens up the theatre for the city, and the city for the theatre. Taking inspiration from the Paris Autumn Festival, I wanted to imagine a programme of narratives played across the site, and see the block as a machine of theatre. Moving through these interventions in section, the restaurant takes domesticity as a backdrop that could emerge into an immersive dining experience. A large hall is carved out of existing space, with dressing rooms that animate the backdrop of the stage. Moving across the site, an Elizabethan stack aligns facades to view a play from a distance. Further into the block, office spaces look back over the theatre, and the rooftops look down into life from a new perspective. These also overlook open space that's drawn up into a vertical hall, and sees a preserved cross-section of life and animation. Adjacent workshops serve the need of the theatre as well as that of the wider block, and labour becomes its own stage of activity. All of these elements of the theatre are visible from the large numbers of passengers passing by, and trains become transient theatre halls that experience spectacles at a new scale. From the elevated metro line, there is a clarity of volumes that are shrouded in transparent circulation space and begin to blur the public into the realm of the actor. A previously inactive rooftop that covers rich residential life is opened up by the theatre and framed from above for an open-top auditorium that looks down into life from a new perspective, while also providing a forum for discussion, and is itself overlooked by the surrounding domestic and office life. From the street, the prominent cafe and balconies and windows are transformed into spaces of spontaneous plays that address the public, and while this project began before COVID, now that we're in the midst of a global pandemic, where theatre institutions are inaccessible, I've realised the increasing need for informal spaces of expression, and we have seen people begin to applaud and perform on balconies, and become actors viewed by the city. These spaces could form a living billboard of activity, addressing the emerging need for a new form of domestic theatre without large confined audiences. Exploding out from the space of the spectator, the theatre is dismantled and becomes an institution that frames life in new ways, while rejuvenating and sustaining the activity of the city block. The importance of the traditional black box fades into newfound territories, where the public have the chance to see an array of performances, but also to become spectators, employing the techniques of Augustus Bowl, where spectacles in the everyday can be used to question contemporary life and become rehearsal spaces for revolution. The smallest play within this context could simply be a minute's applause or an individual's performance, with balconies accepted as a social stage, while the most elaborate play could be an adaptation of one of the main inspirations for the project, Life a User's Manual, taking 99 domestic rooms frozen in time as a synecdoche of Paris. Finally, I'd like to end on the quote that the theatre, when all is said and done, is not life in miniature, but life enormously magnified and life hideously exaggerated.
Thanks.
I'm here, yeah, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Buster. On to you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Unit 11.
Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can see your slides. And if you go into, perfect. Thank you.
I'm on full screen right now. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. This project outlines an excavation of a segment of the Victoria Embankment, opposing current development of the riverfront at the scale of national infrastructure, and to further the practices and values of mudlarking at the scale of community. The site is the River Thames as an urban space between two gardens, two edges of the city. Sometime in the past, the river was the sewer. The word sewer is derived from the term seaward in Old English. London sewers were open ditches sloped slightly to drain human waste towards the River Thames and ultimately into the sea. The flushing of London's waste into the Thames promoted the perception that the river was irredeemably polluted. Stuart Oliver, author of The Thames Embankment and the Disciplining of Nature in Modernity, notes that land reclamation came to be seen as necessary for the development of London as a healthy city. Fact in hand, the river is irredeemably embanked, an artificial engineering of the Thames' natural course, connecting and excluding communities near its new tidal range. The project takes an issue with the execution of the embankment rather than its existence. Through the framing of the natural by the cultural, Oliver develops, and the scouring away of dirt and disorder to create the straight edges of a modern stream, the embankment represented the epitome of rational control. The project attempts to remove the hard engineering that currently separates the river from land. The possible outcome is for an excavation that becomes an urban space, inviting a passerby to reconnect with the physical manifestation of the river, the dirt and mud of truly damp times. The river now sees the next phase of an ever-modern discourse of urban improvement, and as described in Uneven Development, Nature, Capital, and the Production of Space by Neil Smith, as the production of a second processed nature. Passage to a city when begins before the last offset of the waterfront. This before which constitutes the unlivable but nonetheless indispensable element of a city, the urban interior. The passage ventures there when and where modernity invents the idea of conservation in the city, the form and place of nature among those things deemed worth to keep for the future. Now, can the slowness and duration of an excavation share a space with the urgency of civil engineering? Is the river best lived by assisting at this front or by retreating from contested urban soil, giving back to the Thames what was once reclaimed? The response would surely be different by a geologist as opposed to a plumber. Until the embankment was built, land was accessible from the river via waterman stairs, semi-permanent structures that form part of a complex transport network of public stairs, causeways, and alleys. An 1859 Act of Parliament, 3 years ahead of the embankment, abolished many privileges held by the watermen, therefore making these public stairs obsolete. The considerable deed of the London sewerage system was making a network that extended across both public and private property. But the embankment simply shifted the problem of water contamination downriver. As the sewage was discharged into the Thames untreated, large mud banks began to form near the outfalls. The new tideway scheme is to address the polluting stormwater overflows by intercepting the existing low-level sewer and tunnel the waste under the riverbed instead. Like the Victoria Embankment was to embody what Oliver describes as engineered modernity, affording new facilities for riverside traffic and ordered public recreation, so the super sewer will be crowned by new public realms. Examining the potential domination of the river by land-based property development, we must again consider the utility of these rational surfaces by the river, particularly in times where the provision of accessible spaces of a so-called nature becomes secondary to management and control over nature's course in the city. According to Vanessa Taylor, author of The Thames as Contested Environmental Space, the question, whose river is the Thames, but also whose river has it ever been, becomes a matter of perceived identities as much as perceived rights within the river itself as a public space. While the embankment has settled the Thames at the center of the image of the city, as a physical entity, our efforts still seem to be towards something we deem external. How is the river turned into the other? Situated on the north bank of the Thames, the societies of Middle and Inner Temple represented a discourse of tradition that opposed the 1862 embankment for pragmatic and seemingly aesthetic reasons. Initially, the new land created was to be used for a line of docks, but came instead to be added to the gardens. This removed the access to the properties formerly given by the river, but was in line with the notion that nature and the natural order of society were inherently linked. From the 13th century until the Victoria Embankment was built, the inns were directly accessible from the river. The Middle Temple archive evidences that the attempts to embank and develop the Thames leaves a long trail in history, as both temple inns variously resisted and accepted the proposed changes. The Victoria Embankment saw the end of the temple stairs. A new pier was constructed, reserved for members of the two inns, rights enshrined in the Thames Embankment Act of 1862. Since the embankment was not dimensioned for vehicle traffic, however, these rights of access are practically curbed today. Temple Pier was last used in 1934 and again in 1961, when members of the Middle Temple arranged boat trips to reassert their rights over the pier. On both occasions, road traffic had to be diverted to enable crossing over the embankment. Instead of becoming another offset to legitimize the permanence of the granite wall, the super sewer should motivate an investigation into this urban soil, which in the case of the embankment remains unexplored. The Thames is owned by the London Port Authority that monitors the foreshore. The riverbed, however, is part of Crown Estate, and this is therefore considered public grounds. In this regard, a deep excavation here could have profound political implications, as prompted by the now forgotten Embankment Act. Not simply because the rightful excavation and passage here reverses the assumed direction of riverfront development, but more so by opening up ways in which communities that have not historically been included in this discipline, the beachcombers and mudlarkers, can pass on their knowledge and experiences. Reinstating a direct passage between the gardens and the river would fulfill the rights of access ignored even by its beneficiaries. Exposing these irrational, constantly transforming surfaces of the riverbed implies an extension of the ownership and of publicly accessible land. Such a scenario where natural processes again influences what is public and what is not could enable a more realistic view of what is society and what is nature. The North Bank proposal attempts to devise a framework of excavation that confronts the prevailing form of urban development that sees embanking as an inevitable waterfront strategy. The embankment interior finds its property rights between water and land, and alternating with the tide between flooded and public. Progressively deepening the foreshore would allow for a literal horizontal reading of the past 8 centuries of embanking at Temple Gardens. The design picks up on former waterman stairs and the necessary incline for a trench to keep from collapsing in this particular soil. The proposal considers the engineering required for a space that ultimately becomes its context in itself. But the necessary or technical aspects, such as this temporary lock system, also become spatial aspects that enable views of London that perhaps only an engineer would ever get to see. Gabriel's Wharf and the community gardens on the opposite side of the Thames becomes a deposit site for excavated urban soil. Granite blocks removed from the Victoria Embankment wall form a path of stepping stones, and the sheet piling used in the excavation and lock system are repurposed. This is a project with rudimentary materials and means, a project that is not founded with the architect at the top of the pyramid, but about one aspect of geology or one aspect of law, where the role of the architect becomes to compile a material. This exchange is seen through the following sequence. Geologists have reached underneath the circle and district line at the depth of sand with veins of silt. Sheet piles are being brought up at Gabriel's Wharf to prepare for deposit of the urban soil excavated. Archaeologists reveal the foundations of an 18th century riverfront, the wreck of an old waterman's wherry, fragments and traces of human activity. These findings, which through their location on the foreshore have to be reported but can be kept, are brought across the river. At high tide, the embankment interior can be accessed from the river as it begins to reshape the interior. A theory on the origins of geometry in ancient Egypt is that the annual flooding of the Nile River erased plot boundaries, requiring the invention of a method of surveying land to determine ownership. In this sense, water is extrajudicial. The excavated space begins to silt up. Centuries from now, mudlarkers will find new grounds here to excavate. The transported riverbed material remains property of the Crown. As a consequence of this regulation, displacing the mud to a new location would effectively double the extent of a resulting public realm. Unearthing the embankments is in some way to try and integrate the continuum of geological processes of the river with grounds that have been defined by human activities and land use histories. It is also to challenge representations of nature in society by lifting them from value systems rooted in historic objects, structures, and places. Tokens of life dug out from the embankment find a new location underneath the deposit site. This underground archive, open at low tide, is linear in its design but not in concept. Geological samples share table with archaeological artifacts, extending indefinitely into the lost river neckinger outfall as new interests and categorizations take form. Sometime in the past, the river was the sewer. Although associated with disease and death, Allen concludes, filth becomes representative of life on the river, disordered but life nonetheless. Finally, the project invokes Robert Slutsky's definition of architecture simply as the change in value of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Buster. Thanks so much. Turning now to Russell Royer, Diploma 12. Russell, on to you.
Hi everybody. Yep, I'm Russell Royer. The following video is an introduction to my practice, the Corium. So I'll post the video link on the YouTube comment section. And yeah, I think it should be playing for you somewhere.
Thanks, Russell.
Thank you very much.
Everyone look to chat. Yeah.
The Corium is a practice which exposes the spatial qualities of ethnographic artifacts created by and enacted
we're not
through
seeing the
their
link
value
yet,
system.
Russell. Could you make sure to post it to the chat so people can...
social,
it's already been posted by Live Events at 3:59.
There we are. It's coming through now. Thanks.
The Corium is a practice which exposes the spatial qualities of ethnographic artifacts created by and enacted through their value system. Liberated from the museum, these cultural, social, economic, and spiritual values start from the object outwards, occupying the space of the individual, of the collective, to the town and city scale and beyond, connecting diasporic communities. In the context of ongoing discussions surrounding decolonization and repatriation, the Corium is here to reinstate the power of the artifact, rewilding it to a now foreign context by working on behalf of present-day source communities to produce new spatial configurations. These disrupt our current conservatism towards the preservation of the physical artifact, our desires to own the authentic, exotic original, and which embraces the variability of present-day source communities. This starts by working on behalf of those source communities and returning the artifact's name. In 3 Mills Studio, a one-to-one mock-up of the British Museum Sainsbury's Gallery has been constructed. The walls, display cases, benches and lights are taped out on the floor in their respective colours. Beside these, a pop-up rehearsal studio, a motion capture stage, and the Corium frame provide a custom-built space facilitating rehearsals, community meetings, the displaying of models and documents. Rehearsals will establish the movements that re-empower the artifact, the procession removing the endemi from its vitrine along with its reductive caption and its replinthing with its associated uniform and long-form description, where it will remain for 3 years. In addition, highly detailed mock-ups of display cases are covered in capulana fabric, with the proxy Benin bronzes protected by museum barriers. To the side of this space, platform stage modules are in production, using rammed earth and covered in soil imported over 7,000 miles from the Mweda Plateau, southern Tanzania. Atop an assembled stage, at the centre of this activity, the Mapiko dancer smashes a copy of the Endymion rehearsal, one of several 3D printed from scans that has undergone this process. The Corium has worked with this source community over 12 weeks, at the end of which the choreography and staging will be mapped onto the museum gallery space. The original Ndemi will be smashed in front of a crowd of visitors, hitting them with the debris of the Mapiko costume. As the Makonde community gather hurriedly around the performer and the identity of the dancer is concealed, the 3-year life cycle of the Mapiko mask will be complete, the artifact suitably honoured, its power and spatial implications partially restored in the culmination of these rehearsals and in the memories of its witnesses. The documentation of this will be dispersed among museums in possession of Ndemi across the world, resulting in the overlapping of 3-year initiation cycles and the smashing of Ndemi masks according to these newly established protocols. Already, at the edge of this space, the Brooklyn Museum Gallery is beginning to be taped out. In mediating the museum's interactions, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols, and providing instructions, the Corium will lay waste to curatorial practices which have inhibited, claimed, and homogenized the cultural products of Africa. Ubuntu is a war club, 4 of which formed a part of the Tridescent collection at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. Originating from the Carib or Kalinago community of the Greater and Lesser Antilles, its source is difficult to define with little research available, resulting in an incomplete understanding of its value system. But this offers the current source communities, groups practicing forms of stick fighting, a blank slate. In the rehearsal studio, stick fighting experts and members of the Caribbean diaspora were brought together to look at ways that the Butu may be incorporated into a new pan-Caribbean sport. The Ashmolean Museum offered research connecting the source community with museums in Munich and Florence, while the Corium provided costume designers, architects, graphic designers and choreographers as tools for the source community's cause, ensuring that all output falls under their explicit ownership to be adapted, altered and built upon by them. With these expertise to hand, the source communities created uniforms, branding and stage designs in keeping with current craft and construction processes. The uniforms and sheaths took inspiration from costumes created for Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, alongside the wear of Kalinago communities. The crests drew inspiration from materials and artifacts that continue to be used today, the cassava squeezer and the ruku plant, as well as important historical artifacts, pottery fragments and the decorative garters. Taped out on the rehearsal stage is the 9x9 meter stick fighting ring in green and yellow, the Gael or calendar ring where stick fighting dances emerged from in red, and the outermost ring giving the 11x11 meter dimensions for the Corium's proposal in black. As in all of our workshops, a motion capture stage was vital for formalizing the stances, generating new protocols for the usage of the Butu. Further beyond this, the Corium stage design can be seen in construction with pieces easily attached to the existing stick fighting stage, with lengths of woven fabric which may change colour, print or pattern, connecting the platform to the base and encouraging wider participation. The Butu, formerly without community, is returned to use, preserved through new spatial configurations, new materiality, destruction, and most importantly, continued usage. In mediating the museum's interactions, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols, providing instructions, and ensuring ownership of output, the Corium will facilitate Caribbean voices superseding fallacious colonial narratives. A few miles away in Clarendon Park, Guildford, a truck is being loaded with the many Maori carvings which make Hinamihi, a meeting house constructed from carvings imbued with ancestral spirit. Moments ago, she sat in Lord Onslow's garden, where she had been since being sold to his great-great-grandfather for £50 in the late 19th century. Here, where the source community is active and has protocols written into New Zealand's laws regarding the treatment of their tonga, sacred objects, the Corium has been tasked with both ensuring that the protocols surrounding the care of Hinamihi are upheld and that she travels safely. Initial rehearsals for this utilised a sacrificial version of one of her carvings, and in moving it we could see when and where Maori protocols would come into play and what additional equipment, people and protocols would be needed. As a result of this exploration, plastizote casings were CNC'd in our workshop space as the carvings will be placed in the dining room of a container ship, with supports designed by the Corium, positioning them as a proxy meeting house for the 54-day journey from the UK to New Zealand. As such, a second step of spiking or the taping out of the container ship one-to-one was necessary, allowing us to configure Hinamihi in a way that would maintain her relationship and meaning in accordance with her original plan and Maori protocols. In the workshop, we utilised the studio's hydraulic platform to simulate the movement of the ship, with sacrificial copies of all carvings used to ensure that our designs function as desired. We could then denote how many people would be needed to move each carving, with at least one Maori representative present at all times, and with any non-Maori members wearing gloves. Shown in this matrix instruction is the order of placement and the number of Maori conservators and helpers needed, to be accompanied by a visual instruction booklet of handling procedures highlighting the importance of non-Maori maintaining protocols. The secondary function of this design recognised that no plan was in place for the life of Hinamihi once she reached Tauranga, with Maori diaspora both in New Zealand and elsewhere expressing the need for places to meet. The scaffold system will be recycled alongside a series of large concertina panels, allowing for a temporary extending meeting house which can be easily adapted to the size of the diaspora. This step further empowers her, placing her in relation to the constellation of buildings that form a marae, a complex of carved buildings and grounds that belongs to a particular iwi, tribe, hapu, subtribe, or whenua family. These include small pavilions for cooking and eating called wharakai, a changing room and store utilising the same panelling. In the creation of this complex, Hinamihi will be preserved through the continuation of protocols surrounding its usage, transferring over time and space from one whenua or family to another. In mediating the conservators' interactions, upholding existing protocols, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols and providing instructions, the Corium will normalise the observance of non-Maori protocol. The tables resulting from our workshops visualise how we change the current museological choreographies that surround cultural objects, confronting the destructive architecture of handling, observing and labelling. By removing them, accumulating the necessary expertise and providing these spaces, communities are free to explore their existing protocols or to invent new ones, ensuring that the museum is just a momentary pause in the extended life of cultural objects. The Corium is not following the trend of decolonising institutions, nor the current repatriation process where artefacts often end up in museums in their source countries. Instead, we look to architecture and performance as tools for reclamation and the creation of new cultural spaces and systems, superseding current frameworks from the scale of the individual to the networked collective. Whether the original is maintained is the source's decision, with our expertise and energy focused on interpreting the social, economic, cultural, and spiritual values of the artifact today. Where Indigenous voice has been largely absent, the architect must perform an altruistic role, becoming part of a larger support system, letting go of dated art historical or architectural references to invest wholeheartedly in the desires of the source community. In opposition to a dreary public consultation, the Corium ensures that the source community's values take pride of place, their knowledge and connection to their artifacts transcending the tangible material world that our profession limits us to. This is not a 12-month student project, it is an ongoing practice, and I would like to invite you all, architects, curators, designers and more, to join this cause, to work with your communities, or to extend your reach further, proposing novel protocols that bring these important cultural objects back into
circulation. Thank you, Russell. Thanks a lot. Rolling applause. And now to Kareem Fahoud Hefni from Diploma Unit 6 for your presentation. On to you, Kareem. Kareem, you there?
I think just go for
my unit. For your presentation. Yep.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can now. Thank you, Kareem.
All right, I'll just share my screen. Okay, all right, never mind. I'll just share my screen. Thank you, Mark. Hi, everyone. My name's Kareem, and I'm a student of Diploma 6. The project is titled A Transitory Conservation and aims to introduce a new architecture for heritage management and resilience in the Nile Delta as a response to future societal and climatic collapse. It's an investigation on the numerous tells, meaning small mounds, hidden in the delta that have shaped its communities surrounding it, yet highlights today a divided landscape. The Nile Delta is critically threatened by sea level rise, and cities at the forefront of the coast are experiencing increasing water intrusion into the land, with future projections indicating severe and visible land reduction by the next century. And repeatedly, cities such as Alexandria are constantly failing to adapt to such conditions, resulting in rapid soil salinity, and thus threatening the welfare of its population, leading to mass agricultural adaptation. But it's also a major archaeological region, with significant history, but much more forgotten than other major sites in Egypt. And a deepening disregard of the Delta's heritage by the people and the state increases the divide and requires consideration. The project responds to Jem Bendel's deep adaptation by interpreting the Delta's archaeology and socioeconomic welfare through the scope of climate change and questioning how the Tel could be sustainably cultivated through local preservation, unlike historical examples in Egypt. Notably here, the relocation of 23 temples in the south, a colossal international salvation in response to flooding, and most famously the relocation of Abu Simbel. However, by implementing smaller, cheaper, and faster ways to preserve, it encourages the community to work and learn collectively. The tels, or combs, are widely distributed in the delta from east to west. Some have been excavated and are now major historical but relatively unknown sites, such as Tel al-Daba, an area that's been excavated numerous times by foreign institutions with minimal cooperation with the locality. The tels contain a spectrum of historical findings from the surface to the average excavation depth of 1 to 2 meters, and rarely 6 meters, where larger fragments are found. Much smaller sites, however, have been eradicated by the very same population that occupies it, and these sites have been overbuilt by towns and cemeteries, severely looted, overbuilt by factories and development projects, and completely reduced by agricultural processes and susceptible to land grabs. And this has led to serious tensions. Local populations are unable to farm or cultivate what appears to them to be unremarkable land, while local archaeologists are hindered by land disputes and a lack of resources, leaving the sites ultimately to be studied by international entities, resulting in a quietly contested landscape. So the delta has traditionally failed to benefit directly from these tels. However, if a site is to be excavated and is not a touristic or archaeological draw, should it be kept from cultivation indefinitely? By using the mode of archaeological research and collective surveying as a drive for the project, we can apply the excavation process and its aesthetic to introduce a simple architecture that could be efficiently assembled and disassembled. The grid can act as a universal and cohesive architectural language to be implemented locally, mirroring the archaeological process. The first step is the phase of marking where to excavate. Timber posts connected to base plates allow a non-disruptive interaction with the ground so as not to damage anything underneath. The grid then becomes programmatically shaped by the progression and shifting of the archaeological digs throughout. When backfilled, the landscape opens up opportunities where sustainable archaeology, social engagement, and learning can coexist rather than become antagonists. A gridded roof then unifies such programs and, most importantly, the conservation spaces, where through the beams it could serve the interior spaces with required ventilation, lighting, and the ability to mobilize heavier found artifacts to be studied or exhibited. As the number of conservationist teams change quickly according to the archaeological season of 3 months, the new in situ conservation spaces prolongs that, meaning studies can occur parallel to the excavation and allows the flexibility of doing so outside, with light partitions and curtains aligned with the grid. Shading the excavation pit on the right acts as a means to also prolong the digging process during the day. Subsequently, the pits could then be backfilled and used as places for social gathering and events related to the subjects. Farmers could also gain presence on the site by selling the produce and making it a place of trade. The project aims at making the Delta's archaeology more accessible to establish an outreach between the disenfranchised locality and archaeology. And so the plan here highlights test pits, half the size of normal ones, which usually are done for further understanding of the Tel and the landscape. Those who come to learn could then be housed on site, blurring the line between places of rest, education, and museology. Excavations become the focal point, considering the dig as a performative process and appropriating any findings from it on the surface. The programmatic objective is to fluently juxtapose archaeology and work with what could benefit anyone participating in the project. Once researched and published in the conservation spaces, a collective curation of information follows, and the light partitions begin defining and concealing new parameters to distribute them. Locals could then incorporate daily life into the site, where excavations and studies could occur along civic grounds. Such can be put to work in order to reduce the financial burden of caring for and managing the site, and its careful maintenance and strategic exploitation can turn it into a source of revenue rather than a financial hindrance. Because presently questions of funds, ownership, and censorship arise. Today, we see international archaeologists paying large sums to the state to access the site, with alarmingly minimal funds to locals. So the project asks what if funding is allocated with subsidy to firstly the locals as a means to have an increase in shared ownership of the land, but to encourage cohesion with local archaeologists and experts from the region, and to work with farmers and begin to collectively activate the site. Essentially making all parties equal custodians and caretakers of the tell, as this presence will help counter illegal access and looting. But with gradual growth comes also a gradual decline. The notion of resilience here is not just by constructing around nodes of cultural absences, but preparation for an impending chaos as well. The uncertainty of land deterioration due to rising sea level limits our time span, to make us evaluate what do we preserve of ourselves when a population and profession so intertwined with the land becomes landless. The final stage of the project then distributes itself as a delta-wide system, adaptability in the form of pan-conservation. By deconstructing the grid, archaeological findings could then be moved to local and national museums for educational purposes, but more importantly, the disassembled building materials can be reused by the communities to excavate neighboring sites, and the soil from the tell and excavations to be distributed along with farmers to counter the increasing soil salinity. This deployment will aim to establish a new common material system, a new form of adaptation throughout the delta, to then reintegrate the tell into its larger landscape. The condition of deep adaptation in the project expresses the preservation of a society and a decolonization of Egyptology, to reevaluate our relationship with the past by eventually detaching from the tell as an artifact or object. Could we then rely more on what was documented and recorded on site and leaving the artifact behind, to shift the notion of tangibility to a material system that will actually integrate the social and cultural fabric of the delta? The delta cannot be left just as an open-air museum or a staple of memory. A transitory conservation acknowledges that not every site can be an attraction or an archaeological force, and deep adaptation embraces the latter by defining preservation beyond the object or artifact as a vital organ of communal resilience. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Kareem. Thanks so much. Didier's got the volume. Good. Let us bring our attention to FM Leonard's presentation. FM from Diploma Unit 15. Over to you.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Good to see you all. So yeah, I'm from Diploma 15. My name is FM. I'm presenting my project called Farmerama, and so please follow the link in chat to see the video, and don't forget to mute your microphone. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. To the chat.
Hello and welcome. The title of my project is Farmerama, and it proposes a new form of small-scale farming across the British countryside that acts as an ecosystem of pasture, solar energy, rewilding, and domestic programs. Over the course of British history, farmland has been actively reclaiming plots to become the predominant type of land use. Today it accounts for 70% of UK landmass. Intensive farming stems from the Common Agricultural Policy. Although EU spends half of its budget on agriculture, in the UK it created many negative effects. Common farmers rely on subsidies to break even, yet still have to deal with EU price dumping and steep competition from large producers, resulting in exhausted soil and destruction of wildlife habitat. Moreover, under intensive farming, the natural environment has been reduced down to a threshold typology, the hedgerow, a small corridor that allows wildlife to move through the countryside, and a barrier to separate pasture lots. Brexit gives British farmers an opportunity to rethink the countryside. In consensus with farmers, from 2021 the UK government will begin its transition towards a new environmental land management scheme where farmers will receive less funds for agriculture but will now start receiving funds for sustainable farming practice and restoration of natural environments. I decided to focus on the least efficient type of farmland, pastures. They account for a third of UK land and its produce requires large space and accounts for a small portion of our calorie supply. In their stead, I proposed the Farmerama ecosystem that creates a symbiotic relationship between pasture, energy, and rewilding, and in turn creates a new type of domestic environment that takes advantage of the large scale of nature. The strategy for new small-scale farming is the onion system that is layered into wetlands, wildflower meadows, pasture, and solar. The idea was to focus on the threshold condition of pastures and expand the hedgerows that separate the lots inward by layers. The outermost layer is wetlands because its tall grasses act as a border to the farm. The wetland changes seasonally. In the winter period, it acts as a series of water reservoirs, but in the summer, the water is drained to allow growth of tall grass and become a place of nesting for farm birds. The next layer is an ever-blue wildflower meadow. It is adjacent to the central pasture because of their mutual compatibility. The sheep can eat away dominant plants and trample flower seeds. In turn, it provides them with a richer diet. The meadow specializes in cultivating flowers for the pollinators. Sustaining bees in the ecosystem is vital as they support the growth of trees, flowers, plants that serve as food and shelter for other species. Bees are attracted to the color blue, so the meadow is designed to be blue all year round. The bees do not hibernate, therefore the seed mix that goes into the soil is composed of flower species that will be flowering in a chain progression from February to November to maximize the available pollen for the bees. Beehives are gridded within the sector to enable cultivation of honey. At the core of each farm is a fixed 1 hectare square of solar pasture. This common denominator of every farm is able to generate 0.5 megawatts of power, which is equivalent to a small-scale solar farm. Suspended over the pasture, the tensile structure blends into the landscape. It can harvest just enough power to supply itself and nearby homes, whilst retaining an openness to the sky. In turn, the shading from solar panels doubles the biomass of the soil. As a result of increased topsoil biomass, the central pasture hectare can provide double the dry mass than a regular pasture, which allows keeping twice as many sheep. The pasture core bleeds out across the farm to retain itself as a base for other sectors of the ecosystem, but also to become a corridor for navigation around the farm. Domestic program is its own layer, because each part of the program is dissipated into a specific zone. This dissipation is meant to blend the threshold between interior and exterior. It is also a design exploration method that converts a domestic object into an environment to achieve a sensorial experience at the scale of nature, but in a domestic setting. The approach detaches the objects from their ideological differences that dictate each design iteration and allows them to become part of the landscape. Domestic objects are hyper-specific to their function and their context. We experience bathrooms through faucets, basins, and bathtubs, albeit differently whether we're in Britain, Spain, or in Japan. In Farmerama, the bathroom experience is dissipated into a blue zone where faucet is a rain ceiling and bathtub is a floorscape. The duvet is always confined to a standardized size within 2 by 2 meters, but I want the bedroom to dissipate into a sleeping experience that takes place throughout a soft landscape. All types of objects can let go of their form and combine into new hybrids such as the light well, a reinterpretation of the hearth. All the layers come together to form a diverse ecosystem. The key element to connecting all these sectors is the extended genkan. A genkan is a porch, a dynamic element essential for bridging interior and exterior. In Farmerama, the extended genkan is dissipated to become part of the ecosystem at every scale. The genkan is a threshold. A porch to the domestic is a soft transition from one zone of ecosystem to another. The first stage is a freestanding column in a pasture field. This marker begins to frame the formless field of grass. The next stage, an external genkan where it meets the pasture. The concrete slab is chamfered so that the transition is smooth, even at the smallest scale of an insect, as the floor slowly comes up from the grass. The slight changes to the floor relief are meant to provide feedback to your feet about the current zone, such as the height difference of 25 centimeters between exterior and interior genkans. The sunken genkan is a porch, but it is also dissipated across the perimeter of interior space to extend its functionality, becoming a sort of box for domestic objects, appliances, and specific functions to be stored. It extends from a porch to a wardrobe storage, or a place of personal hygiene. This enables the interior to decentralize and liberate the space for domestic environments. In the white zone, the floor's framework houses a 7 by 7 meter array of single-size mattresses to create a huge soft sleeping area. In the blue zone, an area of cap space at 20 centimeters form a rain ceiling. As a whole, it provides a space for washing, relaxing, and studying. Red zone is the hearth, so the platform has a gradient dip to direct all movement to the center where a hearth is located. Black zone is the technical area. It hosts the electrical equipment for the solar net, the structural pole that props the net, and pen for the sheep, yet maintains the soft transition between utility space, exterior, and domestic function. Every zone has a fixed floor area, although the shapes may vary. The red zone is the smallest, warmest, and most intimate space, while the blue zone is the largest to allow space for thought. The Genkan also adapts to each zone. In the blue zone, it is just 1 meter wide, slim enough to store objects. In the white zone, however, no circulation occurs on the bed area, so the Genkan accommodates for extra width. In the red zone, which is the hearth and where you prepare food, the Genkan gets as wide as 2 meters to house cooking appliances. The interior maintains a transition from one porch to another because it's all a type of Genkan that links each layer via domestic zone. The domestic zones are still inside of a threshold typology with natural Genkan connecting the onion layers. The onion layer system is applied to every patch of pasture until the environment is continuous. The old hedgerow threshold can be observed as a glitch where wetlands meet. The pattern continues to take up pastures and becomes an ecosystem of domestic environment, production of green energy, pastures, and rewilding. At a large scale, Farmerama maintains its quality of a Genkan as it creates dense pockets of diverse land use. In terms of solar production, it has a yield per hectare equivalent to a local solar farm. At the same time, it creates pastures with double the dry mass and diverse wildlife. The threshold becomes the ecosystem. Finally, the following animation will give you a sense of the Farmerama experience as it takes you through all of its layers.
Thank you, FM. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We turn our attention now to Chloe Hudson from Diploma Unit 9. The floor is now Chloe's.
Hi everyone, I'm Chloe. This is my project, An Alternative Public London Charter. So for the tutors, the link is in the chat. Please watch at the highest quality you can, and I'll see you soon.
When we talk about public space, we often end up trying to articulate its value, or perhaps we argue about what it's for. Is it for cappuccinos? Childcare? Entertainment or sport? Protest? Anonymity? One thing that we can be sure of is that it matters. London could be a public city that others would envy. Its spaces are layered and full of history. Its public realm is where the city lives, and the people have had to battle to maintain that. Against enclosure, they tore down the fences, opened up the commons, and petitioned the Queen for a people's park. Today, public space is again a problem. The public spaces of London, the collective assets of the city's citizens, are being sold to corporations, privatised without explanation or apology. This charter is a territorial-scale strategy that enables the rapid construction of now much-needed public space to ease the damages caused by the insidious creep of privatised public spaces. Born out of shifting attitudes to land ownership, access and use, this is a rewriting of the Public London Charter. It is a project for London as a public city. In the year 1217, two documents became the foundations of the British Constitution: Magna Carta and the Charter of the Forest, the latter asserting that everybody had a right to subsistence, a right to a home, and a right to work in the commons. Yet throughout history these commons have been plundered by enclosure, privatisation and neglect. 800 years later, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, locked in a new and fast-establishing approach to land ownership. By promising to publish a Public London Charter, Khan accepted a point of no return: that from this moment forth, the ownership and management of London's new public spaces would unavoidably lie with the private sector. Khan promised a charter simply to set out the rights and responsibilities of users, owners, and managers of public spaces. But this amounts to a submission. It isn't enough. It should aim to create a strategy to deal with the consequences of an existing and historically embedded condition for London's land. This condition is enclosure. Enclosure today is the 2 million hectares of public land that have been privatised since 1979 through a process known as disposal. In London, this condition has become endemic. This comprises a large territory across the city and forms the expanding network of sites upon which the Charter will act. To identify potential sites, variables were derived by mapping predictions and aspirations for the city outlined in the current London plan. Population, density, the green belt, and current availability of open space. Considering these things, a 30-year window is identified in which to establish 9,000 hectares of new publicly accessible open space. To do this, the Charter establishes two new planning conditions. Firstly, the establishment of community land trusts to manage public realm, and secondly, the construction of large architecture in which to provide genuinely public space. The public space that this charter suggests is a shared, rich territory. Some of it is empty, some of it is highly programmed, and some of it is inside buildings. Most importantly, it has the potential to transform from day to day, as it is negotiated by work lunchers, cyclists, protesters, dog walkers. The formal strategy for the Charter relies on a physical structural dependency on proposed developments. Based on the principle that the free land upon which to construct new public space in London simply does not exist, the Charter acknowledges that this ground must be built. The gesture proposed is simple. A large volume straddles a portion of the existing site, enclosing the ground between buildings to move the open space upwards. The architecture deploys a kind of structural opportunism, exploiting the over-designed capabilities of concrete core and slab structures built today. The frame creates substantial depth, providing three distinct public spaces: an enclosed ground floor that remains privately owned, a public interior, and public open space. The architecture dramatically increases the provision of genuinely public space. Public architecture is inherently vulnerable to the relentlessness of privatization, yet it is a risk intrinsic to the act of building. It is our duty not to remain complicit in the status quo of space. It is our duty to suggest these new spaces regardless of this risk. In a deliberate surrender, the ground floor is enclosed, a tactical maneuver to reverse the offensive claim of the public realm between buildings. Enclosure is a structural opportunity, and it depends on both bureaucratic and spatial forces. It is simple to have conversations about buildings, and yet when we talk about the public realm, it's much more difficult, more furious. It usually comes down to land ownership and to access, because when you think about public space, there are a few things that come to mind. One of the most obvious ones is festival, providing rhythm to the year and animation to collective life. But then there are other kinds of things, questions of power in public space, sometimes monumental displays of power. And of course, the public spaces are the places that people come to when they're very upset. Designs of public spaces must consider all these things, and the extent to which they do is determined partly by who makes the spaces, but also by what we expect them to do. This is Granary Square, and we are often shown places like this as examples of really great public space. Who would complain? It's got fountains, it's clean, but beneath all that it's serving a function, adding a bit of lustre to the millions of square feet of office space and luxury apartments that are built all around it. Spaces like that are not half as public as they are alleging. There's increasing momentum behind the argument against privately owned public space, about the fact that people can be relegated from certain spaces.
You cannot carry on filming, sir. You must leave.
Okay, can I clarify one point? Sir. Where are we not allowed to film?
As I explained to you earlier, sir, anywhere on this Irish limestone.
In London, particularly over the last few decades, there is a sense of freedom that seems to be vanishing. It is a certain kind of freedom that is difficult to ascertain, but is one that we must restore. The alternative is that a hyper-commercial view of the world becomes reality, and every square metre has a pound sign attached to it. Anything empty or unused is waste. Of course, more conceptual notions of an ideal public space are much more content with emptiness, but policymakers and developers really fear this. In the Alternative Charter, the ground floor of the private development is finally liberated from the burden of pretending to be genuinely public, publicly accessible, with no illusion of actually being public. Physically enclosing privately owned public spaces does not change how they are designed to perform, yet they become more spatially honest. By enclosing the POPs, its qualities are exaggerated. In its new semi-interiority, the ground floor becomes an acute manifestation of the attitudes of its owners. A hyper-private, hyper-POPs. POPs are usually the product of a deal between cities and private developers. Cities grant zoning concessions, and developers provide public realm in return. This charter intervenes with the conditional nature of these deals. It should empower communities to deliver public space, and there are already policy frameworks in place that can be used to do this. In 2011, the Localism Act introduced the community right to build and the community right to bid. This defined in law a way to pass public land earmarked for disposal back into the hands of the people. Communities are quite well placed to be involved in delivering public realm, because they know the kinds of spaces and amenities that their neighbourhoods need. Most often associated with housing, community land trusts are corporate bodies established to further the interests of a community by acquiring and managing land. This charter embeds CLTs within a new and mutually beneficial model for the provision, ownership, and management of public spaces. Entirely replacing the requirement for POPs, developers must work directly with the communities in which they wish to build. Primarily accessed via large ramps, the deep structure creates a large public interior used for the re-establishment of services and commons amenities. Facilities like public toilets and public libraries that once formed an important part of the social and cultural commons could be provided for. But more than that, the public interior provides a place to shelter from the rain, acts as a place for encounter, or one for solitude. The new public open space is the simplest, articulated by the changing height of its surface and by the few volumes that perforate it to allow light to reach the deep interiors beneath. Intended to be as low maintenance as possible, the materials and surface treatments vary. Recycled EPDM for softness, or the reclaimed Yorkstone and granite that have paved London's streets for centuries.
It was never intentionally designed for skateboarding.
Its surface is kept plain, a rejection of the anxiety surrounding emptiness in public space. It's okay that it's blank, empty, and unproductive, because it's a new layer atop a city where everything else isn't. Its quality is as much in the reality that in this space, unlike in a POPs, you can exercise your citizenship to its fullest. This is not a charter based on policy, but one driven by architecture. It is designed to produce a mutually enriching and yet highly contrasting spatial arrangement. Cairns' charter proposes 3 signatories: the Mayor of London, the Chief Planner, and the landowner. But this alternative charter demands a 4th: the citizen. The geographer David Harvey once wrote that the freedom to make and remake our cities and ourselves is one of the most precious yet most neglected of our human rights. The citizen, awakened to the reality that privatization has left the public without land of their own, is empowered to take some of it back. 800 years after Magna Carta emphasized the citizen's right to claim common resources, a new charter must be written.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. We are going to move now to Ignacio Vascara-Putra, Diploma Unit 21, with Didier Fastino and Anna Musicak.
Hello, everyone. Hi there. My name is Ignacio. Let me share my screen. Yes. Yeah, previously, before I start, I would like to apologize. There was some technical difficulties with my internet today, and I hope whatever happens, I will be able to deliver this and make you enjoy this presentation.
Tio, maybe just remove the panels on the sides.
All right, yes.
Thank you.
Remove this.
And you turned on the audio, right?
Let me double.
When you shared, just to check.
Sorry about that. Share computer sound. Yeah. Okay.
We're still seeing the panels.
Still see the panel on the slide. Give me a moment. It's on this side, and then height, video, panel. Right, and then height, also floating between controls. All right, now I will start. My name is Ignacio once again. I will present my final year project, Sana Terre Magenta Shadowcaster. I hope you enjoy this presentation. The project deploys a large pneumatic kite to restore deforested planet Earth's surface, a new territory, reestablishing the future relationship between us and the landscape as part of the same ecosystem, speculating coexistence as the future nomad's reality. Doppelganger portrays artificial machines. They are our mechanical extension, the term borrowed from literature. Through them, we learn more about our world and ourselves. The doppelganger mechanism utilizes the shadow. Operating as both pragmatic and symbolic framework, a shadow is a part of our reality that we don't acknowledge. Sometimes it is a cautionary tale. The shadow provides shade and a shelter. Our perception of the physical and virtual affects our action. We need to widen our subjective perception. Doubling challenges our perception and therefore the action we can take.
People were excited about space. I mean, who wouldn't be? As species, we have spent 99.9% of our lifetime in search of new frontiers to explore. Deep in our cells and our bones, our nomadic tendency resides. But my father was pessimistic, and he said, "Space is a new playground only for the rich, son." But now, I don't mind. And maybe it's better this way. That before everybody starts packing their stuff and says bye to this planet, we should take a good look at it first. From a handful of those who can experience these realities firsthand to millions of people across the planet, our perception of how we perceive information determines how we act in the present, consequently affecting the future our future. When man first set foot in outer space, the first thing that came to mind was our planet. We looked back, we saw how tiny we were amongst the vast galaxies of the unknown.
Some says, to prevent our extinction, we have to go to the outer space to find resources. But some believe it is to fulfill our nomadic desire. Our human trajectory has spent 99.9% of our existence wandering. We crossed the ocean, we conquered the sky, and when there's no more frontier on Earth, we launch ourselves amongst the stars. But why? Space exploration fueled by great utopian minds. Private companies invested millions, racing for resource extraction in celestial bodies. The ISS, a technological body that have been shaped by generations of science fiction realities, the unknown frontier seems to have been known since decades ago. However, we found something more precious, that space is a giant mirror, a surface onto which we project our ambitions and in which we see ourselves reflected. We find ourselves looking back on Earth. The first pale blue dot image taken from the outer space was powerful. Are we projecting the things onto space, or does the space invite us to look back on Earth? Deep sea exploration contracts have emerged since 2001, fueled by remote sensing technology. Even with limited data, space exploration has already made such an impact on Earth, even more so where distance, time, and body are no longer a limitation. Our nomadic thirst opens new venues for future speculation about our planet. If we have spent billions to explore new territories, why don't we spend millions on Earth to see the future of our own reality? A non-profit agency, Sana Terrae, formed on the basis to rectify the failed attempts of mitigating our negative footprint, proposes terraforming on Earth. While association with making another planet into a habitable world may seem science fictional, yet it fits hyper-specifically to our world's context. And why is that? One should question the current state of climate mitigation, find our own answer, and connect to the larger picture. Only then, we could ask ourselves, who are we and what can we do? Should we just rebirth 2.2% of planet's surface into forests, we could potentially save the future of our planet. The ground is sacred, and our footprint has consequences. The project ambition may be global, but the local intervention is all it takes to start. The shadow caster afloat, casting its magenta shadow to endangered territories that mostly hidden but vital. In the 21st century, with remote sensing technology we deploy to explore the universe, we found a way to look at Earth. Will the action we take today be enough to mitigate the direct impacts of climate change, or is it too little, too late? In the midst of a looming global anxiety, both active and passive strategy, of increasing Earth's surface reflectance or albedo, and to increase the carbon sequestration balance through regrowing forests becomes necessary. We could reflect 80% of sunlight while allowing 20% of red and blue spectrum to enter for specific tropical plants, therefore casting the magenta shadow. The filtered magenta spectrum nurtures the ground. The shadow caster mapped the Earth's trajectory. The shadow warns us. The albedo reflecting and averaging away thermal capacitance of Earth, waiting for Earth to stabilize. They dissipate and re-emerge, just like thin layers of cloud meeting one another through their edge condition, forming a tessellation of fractal quality. Artificially replicating and facilitating natural fractal. The doppelganger uses negative Poisson ratio framework to expand its system of components. Its membrane coated with magenta dichroic coating, the use of buoyant gas, using Boltzmann calculation and state of the engineering today, initially deployed from our city as part of our effort to reclaim our positive footprint, hovering the crown canopy of the forest. Underneath their protected zone, it invites us to this new reality. Our doppelganger paves the future, reconstructing our relationship. Previously, within dangerous territories, we learned to destabilize the concept of our body and our senses. To explore something while being millions of kilometers away, we have created in our stead a mechanical disembodied prosthetic, which replaces our physical presence as the now sedentary nomad. They our doppelganger, designed to mirror our physical presence. But with that, we became a passive nomad, looking forward to reality in another place, expensing away our resources and unseeing the limitless possibility in our own current reality. But today, the doppelganger no longer simply provides space to bring the seemingly detached reality closer to us. Instead, it brings us there. Our double extend an invitation to us to explore this new territory, to live amongst living, so we are part of the same ecosystem. Imagine it. Fluid water giving death, life a new ground is rebirthed. Its umbilical cord creating a systemic nurturing relationship until the forest mature in 65 years, as the shadow caster moves to another relay point on Earth. The symbiotic design replicates fractal with varying scale of occupancies. The growth of the artificial alongside the living are simultaneous across different scale. 80% of the natural world remain unclassified, hidden in these dense, intricate geometries. From microscopic to gargantuan scale lies the wonder of the unknown. Built from degradable bioplastic that is locally sourced, the new ground allows for a boundless pathway which weaves through the forest. Zoning applies from water point to ensure the first permaculture. Shade and shelter alternates with light oculus where vegetation grows. Pockets of spaces hidden within this new environment providing protection. The further away from its epicenter, the less we are involved. We are here to tend to this new environment, and in turn, this environment continues to tend to us. The project ambition may be planetary, but the mistake that we have made is to think that we humans are either on top or outside of the ecosystem. But we are within the ecosystem. Will taking action make our lives better, or will it only make a difference for future generations? But I would say life goes across time and space. Shying away from the action we can take today is the least that we can do. At the very least, we can take and embrace our whole sentient capacity to take our action into productive possibility. Shifting the global consciousness starts from ourselves. A collective collaboration on an epic scale that takes us a journey, not only as Star Voyager, but as nomadic humanity paving our own future. The platform of Sana Terrae is now live. Perhaps in the near future, we will see the magenta shadowcaster, our doppelganger, to breed continuously new territories across the planet. It may replace some of the old way of living, paving new ways for creatures and species to thrive, steering away from the dark reality we are currently going into. And with this, I ask all of us, not in a way to find the right answer, because everybody makes a choice, but to ask ourselves, who are we and what is our role as a designer, as an architect, in this ever increasingly dire context? Life is nothing but our collective expression. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ignacio. That was fantastic. Congratulations. Last but not least, Georgia Havludzel, Diploma Unit 7, Fluid Territories, the North Sea, with Hamed Khosravi and Platon Isaias. Georgia?
Hi. Do you see my screen now?
Perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So hi, my name is Georgia and I'm in Diploma Unit 7. The title of my project is The Distant, Unsettled Land in Britain. The project is a framework to destabilize the 12-acre agricultural plot in coastal areas. The shifting coastline between British landmass and the North Sea draws our attention to the production of an image. Today, farmland occupies 71% of Britain, contributing to less than 1% of its GDP. It is held privately and exempt from inheritance tax, allowing the endless transfer of land, driving inflation at the scale of the territory. This image paints this picture. 3 sheep graze a subsidized field. This field is held on a private estate, prohibiting public access to hundreds of acres of supposed farmland. Farmland in the UK is underpinned by the EU Common Agricultural Policy. In 2013, in an effort to reduce price distortion, the UK introduced the Single Farm Payment Scheme. This scheme enables any plot of land over 12 acres to apply for subsidies. In January 2020, a post-Brexit agricultural bill proposed to leave the 12-acre scheme untouched until 2027. Thus, the relationship between subsidies and land will remain. Removing the connection between payments and specific crops, it prioritizes the assertion of property rather than productivity. UK Land Acts detail the maintenance of a subsidized plot in relationship to cultivation, creating an extreme situation where arable land only needs to be grazed once every 2 years. So what's important here is the spacing of elements, such as the distance between boundaries and the edge, the distribution of fauna, naturally occurring landscapes, and temporary infrastructure. Therefore, current regulations standardize the maintenance of a field in relationship to the production of an image rather than the production of goods. Historically, private land was incentivized by British feudal rule with the enclosure of common land, where the maintenance of landscape elements such as woodland and hedgerows were subsidized depending on area. In landscape painting, the perspective was used as a tool to enable the depiction of a landowner's private countryside. 2 centuries later, things seem the same. Strips of evergreen trees bind parcels of land which shadow the enclosure. Today, the construction of landscape is justified through legislation. This 1925 Land Act proclaims that an estate has absolute possession over the land it occupies. Secondly, through hierarchies of landscape types, such as areas of outstanding natural beauty, which is outlined in this 2000 Act, preserving a landscape assessed through its view. Today, physically outlining these designations is obsolete, as agencies established by the EU monitor plot lines through satellite, which allows the continued assessment of territorial land maintenance. So the paradox of the productive image is actually revealed at the edge. Although the British coastline is eroding, agricultural land under the single payment scheme can still qualify for the same subsidies as when it was first registered. The black square here delineates the 12-acre plot beyond the cliffline of Britain, meaning financial incentives are given in support of the ownership of a cliff face and small section of beach. So arbitrary boundaries which don't respond to the dynamic edge highlights a hidden conflict of private and public space in the countryside. This diagram shows the role of the foreshore in an entirely private landscape. Owned by the Crown Estate for public use, the foreshore is defined by mean, high and low tide, which will constantly be redefined and reinstated with the erosion of the coast. In 2019, the ICCP predicted that Britain would lose large areas of land due to sea level rise. In particular, the Norfolk AONB is largely occupied by inaccessible farm holdings whose sole duty is protecting an image. The project is a framework responding to 2 key realities. Firstly, as the public space of the foreshore becomes harder and harder to occupy, the project wishes to maintain access through time to an otherwise claimed coastline. Secondly, as the erosion of the coast obliterates the existing hierarchy of the landscape, the area defined by the existing shoreline and the ICCP prediction embeds potential for subversion. Therefore, I propose a simple right-of-way agreement to permeate the single farm payment scheme plot by plot. The agreement is initiated through an express dedication where a landowner or a group of landowners may grant right-of-way over their land. Funds usually distributed to landowners will be redirected to individual maintainers. Through a deed of dedication, the title registry of a property is amended with a clause permitting the construction of a new byway or footpath. Access is eased through plots to create a continuous path. Written in collaboration with a property lawyer, this framework incentivizes landowners as it promotes the thickening of field boundaries along any pathway, which are the most subsidized feature on any plot of land. With the phase out of CAP by 2027, the framework will capitalize on the right-of-way agreement as a way to introduce land use initiatives for public goods. A system of architectural elements is maintained through a network of individuals, planting, grazing, and clearing through different times of the year. which could adapt to a salt marsh, a shingle beach, or a cliffed coast. Acting as an interface to the horizon, the proposal becomes the median of the landscape. The concept of the distant provides a datum. The horizon, defined by water and sky, determines where land is unsettled. Existing boundaries between land can be thickened to harbor public access through a marked path. The transformation of boundaries encourages the diversification of land use from grazing land to heath and woodland. Between two fields, the thickening of hedgerows allows agricultural neighbors to share farming facilities, which would otherwise be temporary. A fence is removed and the boundary between two plots is thickened through reoccurring strips of grassland. The boundary of woodland is dissolved through its extension, allowing the grazing between the plantation of trees. Towers deployed through the landscape, inland and coastal, offer a connection through low-lying land, and mediate largely flooded areas neighboring new salt marsh pools. Seasonal groundwater flooding evade traditional boundaries of property, offering generous moments of floodland cultivation. Through platforms, these spaces can be occupied year-round, a moment of gathering, camping, and rest. Heathland can be established through the management of water-flourishing verges. The core goal of this framework is to maintain access to the coast through a gravel path, audibly marking a new public territory through private land, whether that between lowland and foreshore, offering access to a shingle beach. Walking creates new routes through otherwise private and inaccessible marshland, or shared farming facilities to clifftop, finally meeting the foreshore, forming a deck which can constantly be washed over, responding to the daily rise and fall of tides. Through notation, legal classification and access types vary. Byways and footpaths blur the distinction between productive and non-productive spaces within the countryside. Land use diversifies, not through rewilding, but through admitting the public's right to roam, allowing the introduction of social programs, which could be camping sites, allotments, platforms, pools, and viewing towers. Access types respond to various time periods and loses the distinct line from one plot to another. The right-of-way agreement outlines an everlasting process of maintenance, rather than the architectural binary of existing and proposed. The coast is met at the end of each path. The path turns from a terrace walkway to a set of stairs, finally meeting a private section of beach, ending in the foreshore. So the distant is an organizational tool that reveals through time a hidden conflict of production along coastal regions. The 12-acre right-of-way agreement wishes to blur productive and non-productive, attempting to reshape our image of the countryside. An alternative way to conserve the landscape. It puts the dynamics of geology and geometry through a timely process of destabilization. Spaces of production transform by the passerby, as they are no longer occupied by one form of exchange. Within the distant, the gravel path leads the way for a new understanding of a landscape, one that promotes the merging of access and use. Moving backwards from sea, offset from the interior of plots, the individual is framed within spaces they would never usually access, the boundary of unsettled land. Thank you.
Congratulations, Georgia. Thank you. This is great and fantastic, and it has been wonderful to actually see these projects in a way, obviously, that is totally different than we would have experienced in the lecture hall if we were there. But it has been fantastic to be able to see how we are still able to communicate, to bring our ideas and our projects forward. I'm just going to keep this short. Roberta Jenkins, who is the magician behind absolutely everything that happens in here, she's also going to be opening the student honors, the student choice honors voting platform immediately, probably in 4 minutes at 5:15. Everyone will have 30 minutes to actually cast their vote. Please do not share that link. Everyone has received their own link, and that needs to be the way and the process in which this happens. I just want to congratulate everyone. I want to thank again the tutors, the students, and Mark for being a great MC. And I do look very much forward to the deliberations of the Diploma Committee. We are now all going to go into another room, as we have done in the past, in this case, obviously virtual, and hear everyone's comments. And we will come back in some form. Belinda will probably guide us all in this process, to let you all know what is that is going to happen. I think it is an exceptional year in many ways, and I just want to congratulate everyone. Amazing job, and see you all soon. Maybe if, I don't know, the tutors would like to just, each one of you say something as a closing comments, as a way to just simply be part of this, but we have some work to do. Mark?
Well,
Mark
I'm ready
Morris?
to say cheers, everybody. Amazing presentations. And off we go to chicken. Thank you.
Amazing!
Well done.
Well done, everyone.
Yeah, brilliant work.
Brilliant.
Bravo.
Congratulations.
Bravo, bravo.
With all the tutors, we will meet at 5:30. Everyone gets a break. We see you all at 5:30, and we will see you in a second.
Send us a champagne.
I'm coming.